Molweni eBhayi. Dumelang ko PE. Afternoon in PE. In the Eastern Cape, we are finishing, we are closing this thing today. We are very tired. On a very Oh, bless me now, my Savior. I come to bless me now. Oh, bless me now. Oh, bless me now. Come to Lord, I need you. Need you, oh, I need you. Every hour I need you. Oh, bless me now. Oh, bless me now. I come to Lord, I need you. I need you. Oh, I need you. I need you. Oh, sasithandazela call to the mic and pray for us.
Kalemini, kalomzuzu, kalenyanga yolutsha, siyazidumisa inhlangano ezizwe. Ngokuthi singabantwana baseGqeberha, abantwana baseNkwamenkruma, bafumane ithamsanqa lokuba bembeswe zizizwe nenhlanga. We take this opportunity, our Lord, to address our innermost peace in our province and region on the question of crime, on the question of rape, on the question of rapery. We hope when we appeal to you, God, our issues will be addressed. We know, God, we are not perfect. We accept that we are guilty at some areas. But you, as our God, which you are a creator, a founder and formation of this noble province, Gqeberha, and the people at large, who encompasses our problems and our fears. We accept that the youth be a vanguard of the nation, the youth of this province, whatever issues or underneath they had, they are the future leaders. We must bear in mind that, God, you've created the youth to lead us, to stay away from our squabbles. Because when Zafenia Mutupeng say a nation without a leadership, without a youth, is not a nation. So this nation needs a
Siyabulela tata. Siyabulela. Amen. Thank you very much. Thank you. ayithule ayibamba umthetho. Is it distracting? Traffic.
He's blocking the gate there.
Is what?
He's blocking the gate. He's parked on.
Anyone who is owning a Polo silver with a number plate JRK 423 Eastern Cape, your car is blocking the gate. Can you please attend to it? It's a Polo silver JRK 423 Eastern Cape. Your car is blocking the gate. Please attend to it. Thank you very much, Tata. Siyabulela ngomthandazo. Let me welcome everybody to Gqeberha. We are welcoming you as Parliament. We are welcoming you as the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education. We thank you for coming and make this public hearing a success. If you are not here, a public hearing would not be declared successful. It is Sunday. Most of you are supposed to be spending time with your families. But the fact that you are here means that there is a serious interest in the future of your child, in the future of children of this country. So you are all welcome. I want to acknowledge the presence of the traditional leaders that are sitting in front. And I also want to acknowledge the presence of Khoisan leadership. And I'm acknowledging every one of you that is here too. I am now going to allow members of the Parliament to introduce themselves to you so that you know who are the members that are serving in this committee.
Goeiemiddag, PE. Good afternoon, Gqeberha. Good afternoon. My name is Marina van Sail. I'm right here from the Eastern Cape. I come from a small little town on the other side of Allewille North called Burgersdorp, so I feel right at home here in my home province, and it's good that we are finishing here on a very high note today. I serve in the 6th Parliament as Member of Parliament, also as a member of the Basic Education Committee, and I'm elected by the Democratic Alliance. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Goeiemiddag. Molweni. My name is Baxolile Nodada. I'm a member of Parliament serving in the National Assembly. I'm elected to this Portfolio Committee of Basic Education and Parliament by the Democratic Alliance. I also come from the Eastern Cape, so it's actually good to be back home. We are here today to listen to your views about the law that is being put to all of us today that is going to affect the future of our children and their education. All we are going to be doing here today is listening to you, and we hope to represent your views in Parliament once we're done listening. I thank you.
Goeiemiddag. My naam is Marie Soekers, ek is van die Weskaap, and I serve on this portfolio committee by the mandate of the African Christian Democratic Party, the ACDP, the party contending for the biblical worldview for the last 30 years. It is our honor to listen to you today and to take your views and take it with us to our committee where we will deliberate on it. I look forward to hearing from you. God bless you.
Good afternoon to one and everyone. My name is Rani, and my father's name is Murwatsetla. I'm a member of parliament deployed in that parliament by the African National Congress. And upon arrival, I was further deployed into this all-important portfolio committee on a serious matter that matters most, education. My home is in Limpopo, and my hometown is Tzani, the food basket of South Africa and Africa, let alone the whole world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to our chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, to all abiding citizens of our country. I'm Matlanatsoli Diamruane, who's deployed in Parliament by the African National Congress, which further has this main point of saying people shall govern. And that is exactly what we're doing. I am from Mpumalanga in Bushbuckridge. I'm serving in this portfolio committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I am requesting you to give her, even yourselves, a round of applause. She is very new in the committee. She is very new in the committee. It's her first interaction with portfolio committee's issues. Unfortunately, it's the last public hearing. But I think she wants to know how we do the public hearings. I am told that there is a number of traditional leaders that are coming. So there might be a movement of chairs from the back to this row at the front to accommodate them. So we will be accommodating them. My name is Gqeberha. I'm chairing this portfolio committee. I am deployed by the African National Congress. We are at the space now where we are going to give the Department of Basic Education, the Chief Director, Mr. Jebe, to give us the aims and objectives of the bill. Over to you, Mr. Jebe.
Chairman of the Portfolio Committee, members, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, traditional leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Why are we so angry? For us, it's a celebration because this is the last time we're doing this. And we really are looking forward to resting. But the chairperson has indicated that the BELA bill has been compiled by the Department of Basic Education. It's true, it's not a bill of parliament. It's the Education Department that is making proposals to members of the community on some changes that we want to introduce to the South African Schools Act. There are about 56 of those changes that we are proposing, and I'm sure you got a copy when you came in, which indicates those 56 clauses. Now, you'll realize that when you go through the 56 clauses, it's not about the entire education sector, but it is about the administration of the education sector. Administration in the sense that it focuses on governance issues in the main and how the Department of Education needs to interact with various stakeholders in the department. Therefore, you're not going to get curriculum issues in there because it's about administration, not curriculum. So there's nothing about teaching and learning. There's nothing about CAPS. There will be nothing about subjects and 3-stream models and all those type of things because these are curriculum matters that are covered elsewhere. So we won't even talk about sexuality education, for example, because that is an LO issue. So it is not in the bill. So it will not be worth talking about because it's not in the bill. You'll realize it's not going to talk to infrastructure issues. So there'll be no dilapidated buildings and pit toilets and all those type of things because it's a bill about administration. Those issues of infrastructure are covered in the norms and standards of infrastructure. That's where they are covered, but not in the BELA bill. You're not going to find inclusive education because those are covered by White Paper 6. So nothing in the bill that talks to that. And full service schools and all those type of things and CS are not in the bill and therefore are not going to be discussed because they're not there. But what you'll find in the bill in particular are issues that talks to learner attendance, where the bill is giving instructions to principals and SGBs on how to manage learner attendance in schools. Because if learner attendance is not managed, it tends to lead to children dropping out of school. So in order to manage learner dropout, we need to start looking at how they attend so that we can arrest it at that particular time. That's what you're going to find in the bill on how school management and school governing bodies working with parents need to manage issues of learner attendance. You're going to find in the bill some aspects around the code of conduct of learners. We are aware that our learners are becoming violent day by day. Our learners are abusing each other day by day. So we need to find something that really defines what misconduct is and clarify the different types of misconduct from serious misconduct to lesser misconduct to guide school governing bodies that have to deal with disciplinary hearings and how they deal with these learners, especially if the disciplinary hearings are going to lead to expulsions and suspension, then they really need to be defined and we understand how we deal with the code of conduct. Some of the code of conducts are not aligned with regulations, they are not aligned with the Constitution, and it creates problems in schools when learners get expelled and suspended because the code of conduct are not taking into consideration the religious beliefs and the cultural differences that we find in our schooling sector. So the code of conduct needs to be aligned. That's what you're going to find in them. When we deal with learners, we have abolished corporal punishment a long time ago. But it is continuing, and sometimes it continues in other forms rather than hitting a child. There are forms of corporal punishment that are emotionally challenging to the children. So the bill defines all those different types of punishment that we regard and classify them as corporal punishment so that teachers would know what is excluded and what they should do and should not do. Our schools are always faced with challenges of disruptions, especially during service protests, especially when individual schools have differences between their management and governing bodies. The late that they do is that they close down the schools in protest of whatever. We would love as a department to have those actions criminalized, that people need to be charged, people need to face jail term or fines if they deliberately block children from getting to school. That is what we're proposing in the Act. You'll realize that SASSA was developed at the time when grade 1 was the initial stage of schooling. Now we want to put grade R into the schooling system to make sure that parents no longer pay for grade R, that grade R teachers are paid directly by the department, and that the school nutrition feeding scheme that grade 1s to 12 receive also goes into grade R. And for that, we have put it in the bill so that grade R becomes the beginning of education in our schooling system. The proposal covers all those type of things. The proposal also looks at the operations of the governing bodies, especially around the issues of school finances, where at the moment SASSA requires SGBs to report to the department about their financial activities at the end of the year, and they are given up to the 30th of June to report on the previous year. Our observation are saying it's too late for the department to can act if there are financial irregularities and mismanagement in schools. So we're requesting as a department that Parliament looks into asking SGBs to provide us with information around finances on a quarterly basis. Get us right, we're not saying audited financial statement on a quarterly basis. We're saying financial expenditures on a quarterly basis. The annual audited financial statement still remains. That makes us to be able to account better for the utilization of funds in schools by SGBs. And we're requesting that SGBs be very transparent, especially when they ask parents to approve their budgets, that they should not leave other elements outside, including the payment of teachers under Section 38A, that they tell parents exactly how you need to utilize the school fees before the budget can be passed. We're looking at other policies such as the closure and merger of small and non-viable schools. This is not an inclusion in the Act, it is already in SASSA, where the MECs have been given the powers to merge and close small and non-viable school, where it's a one teacher, two teacher school, where we believe children are not taught all subjects and they're not taught all the hours per subject that they're required to. So the MEC has been given the authority to merge those schools in order to ensure that children are getting the quality education that they deserve. But what has been missing are the steps on how it should be done. We have realized it is done currently. Schools are being merged and are being closed. But sometimes departmental officials are not following the correct procedure. So what you get in the bill are the steps that every department must follow if a school has to be merged or closed. That include consultation processes that are involved in there until the school gets merged or closed. So the bill is giving those steps to everybody to understand. The bill talks a lot around admissions. It talks about the language policies of the school, where it is saying SASSA currently allows SGBs to develop policies, allows SGBs to deal with language and admission policies. The proposal that we have now are changing none of the above. SGBs need to continue to develop language policies in consultation with the communities under which they belong. But the riding factor is that if an admission policy and language policy have been developed by the SGB, if it happens that that policy is not in line with the Constitution in terms of discrimination of whatsoever.
Sorry, Mr. Jebe. Llewellyn, I've asked you guys to put chairs here. Those are the people that are supposed to be getting those chairs. My apologies.
Should I wait a bit? Thank you, Chairperson. So we're saying it does happen that an admission policy or a language policy is not in line with the Constitution, where there is discriminatory issues in them. In that case, we request that the HOD must step in. So when you read what is proposed in there, it's a step-by-step guide to heads of department on how to intervene on those circumstances where children will be refused admission in a school based on language or based on admission policy that is faulty. Then it indicates the steps, including how the SGB needs to work with the head of department and correct that type of a situation. So that's what you find, and the difference is that initially the SGBs were given unlimited powers that were never checked by everybody. Then we're saying if your admission policy is fine, no fear. But should that admission policy then start to discriminate, then somebody needs to step in and from the department side in order to correct that situation. You're going to find a clause around homeschooling. The department does recognize that there are parents who prefer to take children to private schools or independent school. They will continue with no interruption. There are parents that take children to public schools. it will continue with no problem. There are parents who are more comfortable in having their children homeschooled. There's no problem with that. Children who are homeschooled will continue to be homeschooled because there are benefits, especially to the department and everybody else. If parents believe that the child cannot benefit in a public school because of a particular curriculum in a private school and other elements such as religious and cultural activities that happens in a school, the department says, we acknowledge this, continue to teach your child at home. But we're giving few requests. The request is that may the department know that your child is not in a public and is not in a private school. Therefore, register your child. We're also saying when you decide on a curriculum, whatever curriculum you feel free to teach your child, select that curriculum, but the curriculum must not be a curriculum lesser than what the Department of Education is offering in schools. So it must be of the same level, or it must be of a standard higher than what CAPS is. So when you read what is in the proposal there, it will never say home scholars teach your children CAPS. You'll never find that word CAPS in there. It says choose your curriculum. But it should be an internationally recognized curriculum that you yourself have decided to do. And inform the department about it. And the last statement around that is that we're requesting that at a particular period of time, the children that are going through homeschooling, you as a parent must have an independent assessor, emphasis not departmental officials, to come and vouch that the children are receiving quality education at home. We're not testing the children. We're testing the system, not us, but an independent assessor who understands this field of homeschooling. You have to appoint that person so that we are guaranteed that the child is not babysitted, but the child is receiving education at school. This proposal also indicates issues of learner pregnancy, where it says the minister requests to be given an authority to develop policies around around pregnancy. This is not teaching, this is not LO, I said it's not a teaching issue. It's how to manage girls that come to schools already pregnant. So there's a lot of things, our teachers are not taught to deal with pregnant girls, but we want to have ways on how to guide them, especially on how to treat those girls that are pregnant. This includes protocols on how they communicate with the law enforcement agencies. For example, a pregnant girl somehow needs to indicate who impregnated that learner. Was she impregnated by another child or an adult in the community, or is it a teacher? So there are a whole lot of protocols that needs to bring in law enforcement agencies, because a child that gets pregnant by an elderly member of community or a teacher, it's regarded as statutory rape. So how do these reporting processes happen in a school? It needs to be indicated step by step. How do teachers work with parents of children that are pregnant? How is the communication like? There are tests, there are exams that the child might miss. How do we manage that? How do we deal with the Department of Health in order to work together with them and have medical certificates? When do we say a pregnant girl must now stay at home? So those things are missing, and this is what the minister wants to plug in and close it. And it is not a bill that will allow the minister to allow girls of 12 to go and seek abortion and all that, because that is an act that belongs to Department of Health. The 12-year-old thing and all that are not the making of the Department of Basic Education, and we're not getting involved in that battle. All we're saying is that they are pregnant, they are there, they need to be catered for, they need to be looked after, and how do we do it as a department? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Jebe. Tibulise ko tata, abasando ngena namkelekile. Kule hearing. Siyaqala ke manje. We are starting with hearing your views. That's why we are here. We are here to hear your views. How many chairs are here? There are more than, there are 20. Okay. Now you guys, you are telling us now that we must take 20 people by putting chairs. I don't know who gave that order in PE, but anyway, let's proceed and be guided by yourselves. This is how we are going to handle this public hearing. One, there are forms. There is a lady who has forms here. She is there at the back. If you just look at your back, she's having forms there. She is very black like me, with afro hair. Those forms are meant for people who do not feel comfortable with public speaking. People who want to make their contribution by writing are encouraged to take a form from her, fill it, and that form will have your name, your ID number, and then it would have your comments. Those forms, we are using them as part of this process. But if you are going to fill a form, then you are not allowed to speak on the mic. And if you are choosing to speak on the mic, then you are not allowed to fill the form. You need to do one thing as an individual. And you can't take a form and fill a form for yourself, your wife, your children, everybody. You need to fill a form for yourself as a person who is here. We allow you to speak for 3 minutes. 3 minutes, we are cutting you from speaking. You are going to tell us your name. You are going to tell us whether you support or you reject the bill. And you are going to give us probably your reasoning if you want to give us your reasoning. We are doing these hearings in English because we think that it's an easy access to all of you. But we do have interpreters here in front. All these people that are facing this way, they are interpreters, which means you can use your own language, the language you feel comfortable in speaking. They will do the honors of giving us an interpretation. We interpret vernacular. If you feel that you are comfortable in English, then we will just proceed. There is no need for us, but though I must say it makes things for us quicker and very easier. I am going to start noting hands. I'm going to note 20 people. I'm going to start on my left. I'm going to start at the side. So you can lower your hands at the side. And your hands, I want the hands at the side. And can you please sit down? Please sit down. I'm going to note hands. As I am noting you, I'm noting you to ask you to go to the chair so that re simolole ntho ena re iqete. Ma'am, go to the, in fact, stand in front of the mic. Yourself. Yes, go. Sir, go. Ma'am with specs, go. Yes, yes, you ma'am, you go too. Say yes, you go. Menier with a white shirt with specs on, yes, yourself, you can go. And then Menier with a striped, yes, yourself, you. No, yes, the one in front, the one standing up, the one sitting, the one standing up, yes, you. Say with the yellow shirt, there is a child with a uniform, yes, yourself. Ma'am, yes. And then, this way, my hand is pointing, yes. You again, yes, sir, yes, sir. Sir, there is a child, you are holding a child, yes, yourself. And then right at the back, there is a bottle green top, ma'am with specs, yourself. And then as you come this way, there is a gentleman with specs. Yes. You are looking on your right now, you are looking at me now. You, yes. No. The other one. Baby Nyan, go. Say yes with a red cap. Yourself in front. My voice is even leaving me now. Menier with a jacket. Yes. Yourself, sir. We should be done, right? You will be the last one. And I'm requesting you that when a person speaks, you agree or you don't agree with that person, it's him or her speaking. So please just listen. So that we make things very quicker and easy. I'm done this side, I'm coming back. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna come back with the second round. Arisumulul, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson of the session. Standing is Nolubabalo Sikula Ngete, representing the South African Democratic Teachers Union. As SATU, we want to state unequivocally so, categorically clear, that we are in full support of the amendment of the bill. SASSA came into effect in 1986, and there were minimal changes that were made to SASSA in 1996. It has been 27 years now, and those minimal changes that were made, we were trying not to be seen as the people who were making a hostile takeover of the country, hence the sunset clauses. It has been 27 years now. The sunset clauses have to step aside, and the change has to come into effect in the here and in the now. The life of an African child has to take a center stage. People who are in the comfort zone and who were in the comfort zone then don't want this change. We are tired of comparing our learners, like our learners are oranges and other learners are bananas. The time has come now that we are all treated the same. Oranges have to be compared with other oranges. Thank you, Chairperson of the session.
Yes, you can sit, ma'am. Thank you very much. Next.
Can I go? Right. Good afternoon, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members and fellow citizens. My name is Charles Wichenden and I reject the BELA bill. I'm a homeschooler who successfully matriculated last year with a Cambridge International curriculum and a minimum mark of 88%. Not once in my school years was it necessary for the DBE to intervene, oversee or assess my education progress, as I paced myself, assisted by my mother. Thus, I reject Clause 37, as I feel that it encroaches on homeschoolers' personal space and the rights to be educated in the way that best fulfills the individual child's needs. I'm a person who loves to learn slowly and methodically, understanding material deeper than is required by the textbook, and to understand subject matter fully before moving on. Einstein, for example, was not a great student, yet brilliant. He never did well at school and certainly wouldn't do well with the fast pace of today's cap school system. Despite all of this, he changed the world, so let's be very careful. We could be dimming down the chances of successful future leaders, intellectual pioneers, and change makers emerging from this generation if we don't allow each child to develop in a way best suited to their specific needs. Let's not force students into a one-size-fits-all box. Many successful people were homeschooled. Alec Cygnus, inventor of the mini motor vehicle, Alexander Graham Bell, inventor of the telephone, and Thomas Edison, inventor of the light bulb, are all excellent examples of people who were homeschooled. Thus, I kindly request that upon redrafting the bill, a clause be added that specifically guards the freedom to use any homeschooling curriculum, philosophy, or approach. I reject the clause for home visits, as it is an invasion of privacy. A less invasive system can be implemented, such as meeting homeschoolers at neutral locations, or even online meetings for those who live further out. I feel that inadequate research has been done on homeschooling, and that laws pertaining to homeschooling cannot effectively be made without proper research. Research should be done in collaboration with homeschoolers and homeschooling bodies, including a closer inspection of the many different variations, approaches, and methodologies of homeschooling. I also reject Clause 27, which would allow the Minister of Education to close small schools without providing reasons. In the Eastern Cape, there are more than 1,200 schools that could face closure. This would be devastating to the learners, teachers, and families connected to these schools, in a province where there is already a shortage of schools and teachers. I also strongly reject Clause 8, which stipulates that liquor may legally be sold on school premises. This, in a country already wrecked by rampant alcohol abuse and consequent violence. Nelson Mandela once said, "Children of today are the leaders of tomorrow, and education is a very important weapon to prepare children for their future roles as leaders of the community." Thus, please carefully consider the future of our beautiful country by considering the education...
Your time is up. Your time is up. Thank you. Next.
Chairperson and all members of MP, I'm standing here representing COSA SGB, Congress of South African School Governing Bodies. We are an association which represents parents and the school governing bodies in public schools. Chairperson, let me start by indicating that when I look at you, all of you in front, you are our leaders. But I have a problem standing here. But let me first say that I support the bill and support it 100%. But I want to indicate something here. You come to us as the referee and the player at the same time. And we won't allow that. There is a video here which follows the flyers which were circulating on social media and across the village, across the town. And number two, there is an email which is going around here, telling people that this sitting is cancelled. And I want to say this. The video, it shows one of you, Mrs. Seker, who is sitting there. And it doesn't bring justice to this sitting. But I want to say that if you don't take action about the lady, honorable member, Mefro Seker, we are going to open the charges against her, because we can't allow an MP member go around and divide people. You must unite us as our member, as our leaders. But I want to say something about the bill. The bill, it is here to speak on behalf of the blood of Hector Peterson, who was shot and dead by the same month by the white monopoly Gqeberha. And I'm not doubting that. We are here to support the bill, and the bill must come to forth. Thank you.
Chair of the session, I am Mrs. Thomas from Gonekolo Primary SGP. I do support the bill, but on amendments with some sections. For instance, that clause of the corporal punishment at schools, we need to support teachers there, because you cannot just put a clause there and say that corporal punishment must be abolished, but there is not anything to alternate that. You don't have to leave it just like that. But I am not in support with that of the liquor to be sold at schools, because we are having problem now with our learners at schools using drugs. And alcohol is also a drug. We cannot allow alcohol to be sold in our schools, because our children are not disciplined now. We need to speak with them. Coming to that clause of the grade R to be phased into formal streams, formal education, I do support that fully, because most of the children who goes to school attending the foundation phase, some of them do have some gaps in between, because their education is not that. Okay, because their education is not properly constituted. And those children are also going to benefit from the school nutrition of the school. Even those teachers are going to benefit. But those teachers, I think they should be sent to schools first before coming to the normal stream. But the other thing that I was going to say before the program starts, here in Nelson Mandela, Gqeberha, the communities of this region are not all here. For instance, we have a vast region here, going up to Gqeberha, and we didn't have any transport to transport them. So who is going to discuss about all these clauses here? Because most of the youth is not here, and most of the stakeholders are not here, because they were deprived in transport by the Department of Education. We did ask them.
Your time is up. Your time is up. Your time is up. You can't speak by force, Kaloku. We said 3 minutes, you sit. So asingayimoshi. The public hearing is done by Parliament, not by the Department of Basic Education. So if there is no transport, us from Parliament, we are at fault. Blame us. Next.
Good afternoon, honourable members. My name is Desiree Steyn, and I am a school principal. I reject the BELA bill in its entirety, but want to emphasise clauses 27, 37 and 41. I am not going to address the issue of clause 41 because every person can read the ACDP's You Be the Judge document and conclude for themselves what the likely consequences of passing section 41 would be. We reject clause 41, but we do want life-affirming care for pregnant learners. We want life-affirming care for preborn babies in the wombs of pregnant learners. We also want the issues of learner pregnancy strongly addressed. I would like to say that teen pregnancy, but I cannot, because even children of 12 and younger are being impregnated. To address learner pregnancy, we call for the following. Stop the sale of alcohol in schools. In many cases, the abuse of learners starts with educators giving them alcohol. Number 2, pay stipends to SGB members so they can be more present in schools to monitor the behavior of educators and learners. Number 3, stop the closure and merger of small schools. Small schools can be better solutions for pregnant learners than big schools. Small schools cannot be discriminated against, and reasons for their closure must be given. Small schools are the lifeblood in rural communities and bring the light of education in some of the darkest places. Even in our metro, there are many small schools like my own that make a huge difference in the communities they serve and are threatened by this bill. Closing small schools will leave learners with nowhere to go, as most public schools are already overcrowded, and the Eastern Province has no funds to expand their current infrastructure. But more than that, we challenge the MEC for Education in this province to follow the example of his colleagues in the Western Cape and place an immediate moratorium on school closures. Number 4, implement the National Senior Certificate for Adults at NASCA, the matric for all that will give pregnant learners who leave school the chance to obtain a matric. Implement a special school feeding scheme that will ensure pregnant learners receive proper nutrition. We also want research conducted into the abuse of learners by educators and other workers at schools.
Your time is up, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Matsepe. I'm from SATU. My portfolio is head of research. I also serve in the MTT, Ministerial Task Team, on inclusive education. We fully, as SATU, we fully behind this bill because we view education as human right in light of Article 26 of Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as well as our Chapter 2 of the institution, our Chapter 2 of our Constitution, which is the Bill of Rights. We also believe that the bill will address the gray area between the rich and the poor child in this country. With those words, I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. All protocols observed. My name is Gqeberha, MPL for the Freedom Front Plus in the Eastern Cape. I want to state that the Freedom Front Plus does not support the BELA bill as it stands. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honourable members. I'm Maurice de Vries, a principal and stakeholder serving children irrespectively. It's for me a sad day to say that when children get raped, abused in different schools and also in schools in the township, there's one good reason. That is that the Department of Education in the Eastern Cape fail to provide adequate teachers because they don't appoint them in time in January. They lack months before they appoint them. They cannot fund schools properly. The paper budget to amount of, say, 278 Rand for quintile 4-5 schools is not get paid. They only pay 165 Rand per learner. When they have to answer you, they can't give you an answer. They don't pay for staff on maternity leave. They will make you an offer for 2 months and not for 4. They don't pay for staff on sick leave. And I can go on and on. The main issue here is money. How the hell, sorry for that, can you want us to embrace grade R, which is needed, if there's no money? Please get the funds first. Get a proper funding of grade R before you can introduce it to the schools, because we are already setting it up to fail. It's already compulsory, and we can't fund it. I just want to say one thing. If we don't get the money in our schools, we will not be able to run our schools. And I feel for my schools in the townships. They are struggling. They don't get the means. They don't get the funds. They don't get the teachers. How can they deal with youngsters in a class without a teacher? And then someone is hiding behind paper. You need to get on the ground as a parliament committee. You need to go to schools, all schools. Don't choose certain schools. Don't let the department tell you which schools to go to. Come to all schools and come and see what is happening on the ground. I invite you to go to all schools in this province and in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Zola Mayedwa from Alex Matikinga cluster. I hear, Chair, very clear one of your members saying the people shall govern. And I fully support that. However, that cannot contradict with this bill. I fully support the bill as it is. However, Chair, I wanted the department making sure on the issue of, I think it's section 37. If all these schools, whether it's at home or what, are under the Department of Education, they must make sure are doing as Department of Education wants. Therefore, Chair, I fully support the bill. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Chair and Council at large. Ronan van der Vaart, head boy at Lawson Brown High School and also a member of the Nelson Mandela Bay Junior City Council. There are a plethora of clauses I do not agree with in the BELA bill, but I would like to focus on clause 10 on corporal punishment. Section 1C of the BELA bill asks for the broadening of the term of corporal punishment. Whereas we all know corporal punishment is stated as a form of punishment using any physical means. But I do not agree. I feel that corporal punishment should be instilled in schools. Corporal punishment have shown several effects, such as immediate compliance. Proponents argue that corporal punishment can result in immediate compliance from persons being punished. The fear of physical pain may deter individuals from engaging in undesirable behaviors in short term. It provides clear boundaries. It advocates and argues that the corporal punishment can help establish clear boundaries and rules, making it easier for individuals to understand what is acceptable and what is not. I see every day how students and teachers do not have boundaries. Students believe that they can be friends with their educators, and in so doing, we find that educators are being attacked. Cultural and religious reasons. In some cultures or religion traditions, corporal punishment may be seen as an acceptable and effective disciplinary method. These prescriptives are often rooted in long-standing cultural or religious beliefs that dictate children's rearing practices. Some interpretations of Christianity and Islam, there are beliefs that support or endorse corporal punishment as a disciplinary method. However, it is important to highlight that these views are not the same for everybody. There are several studies showing the effects of corporal punishment. The Lazera RNE and Kuhn BNR of 2005. This meta-analysis examined the effectiveness of spanking as a form of discipline. The study found that mild and infrequent spanking was associated with a better child and better outcomes. It is no news to each and every one of us sitting here today that since the abolishment of corporal punishment, teachers' attacks have gone up exponentially. I also feel that the BELA Act is too vague. For instance, in clause 17, it says to seek to amend section 22 of the SAS to empower the head of department to withdraw on reasonable grounds. Can someone tell me what is the form?
Your time is up. Your time is. Are you supporting or not supporting the bill?
I do not support. Thank you.
Thank you.
That should be fine. Greetings to the leadership and to the community of Nelson Mandela at large. My name is Queenie Pink. I'm from the Lillian Districts Cluster, Ward 31 in Nelson Mandela Metro. Firstly, I want to state it categorically that I do support the bill, but with the exclusion of clause 8 that talks of selling of liquor in schools. I want to also go further by saying that when there is public participation by Liquor Board for approval of licenses, the schools must be taken on board, or the school must participate in making sure that it gets approved or not. They must have a word. But also, Chair, I want to say that all form of schooling in the country must be regulated. So I do support the bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon to the parliamentary committee here. I'm rejecting the BELA bill, and it's on the following basis. I'm just looking at a few clauses. The governing body's power concerning the admission and language policy. The bill limits the governing body power to determine the school's admission policy. The power to determine a school's admission policy should vest in the governing body. The governing body of a school is the most appropriate stakeholder to determine the school's admission policy, including whether a learner meets the requirements for admission. The proposal that a governing body must submit the admission policy of the school to the HOD for approval. I have difficulty seeing how provinces will be able to respond to all the submitted policies. We have almost 24,000 schools. The SGB rights to determine capacity. The state should make sure that there are not enough schools and not increase the capacity of overcrowded schools. In many schools, there are between 40 and 60 learners per class. A formula determining a school's capacity must be prescribed in order to prevent disputes in this regard. This is practically and administratively not in the best interest of our school. The SGB, made up of parents, educators and a community, is in the best position to determine these two policies. The SGB is knowledgeable about the area, the school's budget and the needs of the community. They are aware of relevant interconnected factors to plan and govern these aspects of the school. Moreover, the SGB power to formulate these policies is not unfettered. I refer you to sections 55, 61 and 58C of the Schools Act. This also ensures that the HOD and MEC oversight functions are exercised reasonably. Additionally, the administrative burden it will place on the HOD will not improve governance and management in our provincial departments nor in our schools. To conclude, I do not support these amendments which unduly extend the HOD's oversight functions on language and admission policies. We reject that. Baie dankie.
Good afternoon, Chair and the members of the Portfolio Committee. My real name is Ntsobokwane Paladi Nape Monaria Pohole Sekwankwa Samaila go fenywa. The name of a dog that I was given is Robert. Chair, I support the bill 100%. The bill seeks to correct the anger and hatred that was brought in when the Land Act of 1913 was formulated, the Bantu Education Act of 1953 was formulated, the Homelands Act of 1972 was formulated, the Tricameral Parliament Act of 1983, which gave some people powers over Africans as though Africans don't exist. And this bill seeks to correct all those wrongs. And yet you hear African people coming here having been brainwashed to tell us that we should reject the bill. No, we don't. This bill is transformative. This bill aims to change the South African landscape to ensure that all Africans, even those that are rejecting it because they've been paid somewhere, to come and reject an act that must ensure that they've got equal rights with all other people. It's very stupid to reject it. If you have not read the bill enough to understand what it means, don't come here and say, I reject, because you are rejecting things that are supposed to transform the society. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Chair and the entire committee. My name is Ellen Balaise, and I reject this bill in its entirety and suggest it gets sent back to the pits of hell where it originated from. This is a school's abortion bill. This is a comprehensive sexuality education bill. This is a bill that could have the Department of Basic Education teaching children that humans were not created male and female. Many educators are against this and will fight against this. But if this bill passes, they will not have a choice if they want to avoid jail. Already, if they want to keep their jobs, they must teach what the Department of Basic Education tells them to, even if it goes against their beliefs. Now the minister wants the power to make regulations that punishes teachers, parents, and SGB members who don't implement regulations with fines and jail sentences of up to 6 months. These regulations could force teachers to refer learners as young as 12 years of age for abortions and all forms of contraception and compel them to keep the secret from parents. The second part of this clause, 4.1, will give the minister power to punish those who refuse to follow her regulations with fines and jail. Department of Basic Education will say this is not the minister's intention. We say, what about the next minister? What about if the minister changes her mind? Then will the minister's power to make regulations be taken away? It will not. I'm saying again, it will not. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. We say if this is not an abortion bill, if this is not a child sexual exploitation bill, if this is not a gender identity bill, then put what you want to make a law into the bill and don't keep it a secret in regulation. Do not hide the truth from us. Show us in Parliament what they are voting for and who they will be voting for in 2022. Show us. 2024. We say no to the BELA bill, no to hidden regulations.
Your time is up. Order, order, order. You are in Parliament, so be parliamentary. Don't be hush, be parliamentary. There is law here. Be lawful.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. My name is Brian Marks. I'm a home educator from Makanda. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Whilst I really welcome and applaud the department's desire to bring what we all agree is much needed reform to our education sector, I wish to state my objection to clause 37 of the bill, in particular pertaining to home education. And although I think there are many problems with this section, I want to highlight two particular problems today regarding the current form. The first of these relates to a lack of research. In 2015, some years ago, the department's own consultant, Dr. Coombe, stated, and I quote from him, "A comprehensive understanding of the home education phenomenon in South Africa can be achieved only after an independent research study has been carried out. Until reliable information is available, the amendments to home education law should be approached with due circumspection." So clearly, the department's own consultant advised that there should be no change to the law until adequate research has been carried out. Unfortunately, the department did not commission any such research before drafting the current section. And in fact, research which has been carried out privately by the Pestalozzi Trust has shown that clause 37 in its current form does not reflect the reality of how home education is currently practiced in South Africa at the present time. The second concern I have, which is related to the first, pertains to the inadequacy of the socio-economic impact assessment, or the SEIA. The SEIA relating to the bill as it stands does not consider at all the economic impact of clause 37. The most obvious cost implication of the clause obviously involves the requirement that home learners be assessed annually by a registered teacher at the expense of the parents. The SEIA has not considered whether the cost of these assessments will be affordable to families, ranging from rich to some who are poor, especially since many like us with a large family, I have 4 children, we opt for home education because it is less expensive. That is part of the reason we opt for home education. It is less expensive than paying school fees for all 4 of my children. The SEIA also fails to consider the financial aspects, or the impacts rather, of clause 37 on the state. So I would submit that the department currently has no information whatsoever as to whether it has the budgetary resources required to implement this section, nor is it in a position, perhaps more importantly, to know whether it will be affordable for home educators to comply with this clause as it stands. Now, I would therefore request that clause 37 be removed from the bill until such time as adequate research and assessment of the socio-economic impact has been carried out. Thank you for your time. Your consideration is much appreciated. Thank you.
Are you supporting or not supporting the aye, Baba? Flegas.
I reject the bill.
Okay.
Move forward. Okay. Good afternoon, fellow South Africans. My name is Adela Kapp. We are a home educating family and members of the Pestalozzi Trust. We reject the BELA bill in its entirety. We specifically reject clause 37 as a home educating family. I'm blessed to be the mommy of two incredibly kind, smart, and flourishing children. We started our school journey in a private school until the COVID pandemic opened our eyes to the beauty of home education. My children never want to go back to early mornings, rushing to eat, rushing to get out the door so we can sit in traffic to get to school, sitting in traffic to get home from school. So much time wasted when we could be learning in our home, which gives them delicious kosher snacks and lunches, big games in their own garden and playroom. We are privileged to take educational trips as family holidays, and they get to live what they learn. For maths, English, science, and handwriting, we have chosen an American curriculum, The Good and the Beautiful, which has assessments built into the curriculum. A CAPS assessment would be a waste of time and money. We are a Jewish family, so my kids learn Hebrew every day and pray every day in Hebrew. They learn the Torah and Jewish studies. There are no public schools in PE which provide this education. There is one private school which can only provide half of this education. My children love art class. Music class consists of online lessons or my tailor-made singing classes, which are relevant to God and our lives. We use an online typing class, which if you ask them, is loads of fun. We make use of the public library for both their own private reading and their mommy and daddy bedtime stories. My kids have been trying out karate, gymming, swimming, skating, rollerblading, biking, and so much more fun activities to keep their precious bodies healthy and fit. Home visits will invade our privacy as we do not follow the DBE school holidays. We take holidays when we need to take holidays. Will the BELA bill expect us to work on religious Jewish holidays? This is unacceptable. The BELA bill will rob my children of their right to learn what they and I want them to learn. My children have the right to an international education and not be forced into an SA matric, which limits their tertiary education on a global scale. We urge Parliament to scrap Clause 37 of the BELA bill and go back to the drawing board. The DBE needs to educate themselves properly on what home education provides our children and families. Home education is not a way for children to get out of school. Home education is an upgrade from a private education to the best of the best education parents can provide. Threatening parents with jail time for wanting to provide the best of the best education for their children is absurd. Thank you for this opportunity to show my children the democracy of South Africa. Looking forward to Parliament doing what's best for our children for the future of South Africa.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, my fellow citizens, I greet you. My name is Dr. Yusuf Matara and I reject the proposed bill. Many areas of concern have already been raised in other public fora and I will not use my time here to go over ground that has already been covered. However, I wish to participate constructively and I therefore have 5 solutions to 5 problems that I see. Firstly, the bill gives far too much control to the minister to determine, oversee and monitor the curriculum used by homeschooling parents. I ask that a clause be added that specifically guards the freedom to use any homeschooling curriculum, philosophy, or approach, including unschooling. Secondly, Clause 37 does not address economic and administrative costs to the state or to homeschoolers and grants the minister far too much power over homeschooling. Clause 37 should be removed entirely. Thirdly, insufficient research has been done on homeschooling in a South African context. Research elsewhere has shown that homeschooling is often to benefit children, both pedagogically and in terms of emotional maturity and support. Homeschooling is cheaper and possibly far more effective for the state and for the parent than attending a public or private school. If the state does the research, I believe it would arrive at the same conclusion. Fourthly, closing of small schools, liquor in schools, and the curtailment of the powers of school governing boards should be of great concern to every parent in the country. To reduce the power of SGBs, use liquor for fundraising, and to close schools with few learners, some of which are performing well and serving an under-resourced community, is an anti-democratic mistake that puts cost-cutting above the education of children. Lastly, this bill has been put forward in largely the same form in various fora over the years. The state seems to take our voices and sometimes ignore them. This is not how participatory democracy is supposed to work. I call for virtual hearings so that parents can participate easily from across the country. If the state is serious about improving education in this country, then discarding or neglecting the voices of parents is something that it can never afford to do. Thank you for your time.
Greetings, individuals and representatives. In short, I disapprove of the BELA bill. Some clauses may be debatable, but for the sake of time, I have 2 points of interest I would like to address today. The first is the push against unregistered homeschooling. Now, I was homeschooled for the first 9 years of my school career, and thereafter I went to a public school for matric. Some people seem to think that homeschooling does not prepare young people for the real world, that homeschooling does not equip them with the right skills and knowledge, or that they are socially underdeveloped. I can testify that this is not inherently so. When I went to school for the first time, I had no trouble adjusting academically or socially. I say this for the reason that I was an academical top achiever in the school and I was appointed prefect by popular vote. We can therefore know that homeschoolers are not left behind, be they registered or unregistered. The second point is about parents' involvement with their children's education. Parents already have the greatest authority in their children's education. If they can choose between a fancy private school or an understaffed public school or a strict Muslim school, why should there be restrictions and regulations on their influence on the finer details? Furthermore, if it's not parents who should have the final say, who should? Without accusing or assaulting anybody present or not, I have to point out that in this context, it is the children who could suffer the most from mistakes made. So with respect, if I may quote Thomas Sowell, an American social commentator, many of the great disasters of our time have been committed by experts. To put this in a South African context, I need only remind you of the OBE miscarriage of some years ago. Therefore, I leave you with this question. Everybody makes mistakes, but whose mistake is it to make? Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, in general, everyone in attendance here, greetings. My name is Chris Mdingi, a concerned citizen of South Africa from the valleys and rivers of the Eastern Cape. I rise to support the bill. Very prudent move. I also wish to state that people need to comprehend that it would be really naive to reject any attempt to bring about change. This is about change. Let's move away from our comfort zones. If the past has been favoring the neighbor, now is the time for another to enjoy. We time and again, Chairperson, say, we are a rainbow nation, living by one another happily so. When it's time to live to that, to put that into practice, we are found wanting. And critically, Chairperson, what has transpired so far is that we have come here with preconceived ideas, rejecting the bill, but engaging the bill. Preferences, what a discord, what a disjuncture. Like, if you are to reject it in total, what's the point of engaging others? That means you are appreciating without you knowing, because you came here with preconceived ideas. Why do we allow ourselves to be colonized and our thinking to be taken away from us, other than speaking our minds? The government has done well, the parliament has done well, bringing this platform for us so that we can express ourselves in total.
I said, when you disagree with a person, you allow that person to speak. And because of its parliament, should I see you speaking, you will go out. Simple.
That's testimony of change being painful, Honorable Chairperson. Truth when spoken others shiver and shrink and get paralyzed. This is transformation agenda. The liquor clause somewhere somehow gets construed. Currently, there are schools, Honorable Chairperson, which when they have those sporting activities, sell liquor in their premises. And the clause seeks to address exactly that, because currently it is not regulated. And the bill says, let it be regulated if it does happen. And if we object to that, we be precise. Not to say the parliament is saying let there be liquor in schools. It's not regulated unless I can be proved otherwise. Moving on to the issue of homeschooling, it's not regulated as well. And we are saying let it be regulated. We are not a banana republic. We are a sovereign state with laws that have to be observed by all who live in it. So says our constitution, and I thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Honourable Chair, esteemed members, my name is Sabian Whittington and I am 9 years old and I have been homeschooled my whole life. I reject the BELA bill, especially clause 2, 37 and 41. I love being taught at home. My mom is my teacher and has my best interest at heart. I love math, science, geography, language, and reading about space and dinosaurs. We have been collecting books on as many topics as possible. I like studying maps to know the different roads and towns that we will pass by when traveling. I would love to live in Lesotho one day. Building Lego is one of my favorite things to do. I was able to build a Lego set for 16-year-olds when I was 5. Being homeschooled has given me the opportunity to grow at my own pace and learn about my country and its amazing diversity in people and the environment. When we moved recently, I couldn't wait to start with school again. Home education does not work the same as school, and therefore does not work for every child. To limit the curriculum choice will prevent me from learning about all the interesting things out there, and will most certainly take away my joy for learning. Please allow me to continue my journey of home education. Thank you for your time.
Right. Good afternoon, fellow concerned citizens and members of the Parliamentary Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts on the BELA bill. My name is Dr. Howard Tiernason. I'm a head of department at one of the departments at the university, and I am a father of 4. I see numerous problems scattered throughout the bill and do not support it in its current form. Particularly concerning are the clauses that encroach on the rights of parents in school governing bodies, clauses that prescribe the content and curriculum to independent schools and homeschooling families. As been mentioned, clause 37 has been written without adequate understanding or meaningful consultation with the substantial homeschooling community in South Africa. Subclause 16 of clause 37 is insidious. It leaves the minister with unfettered power to make rules without due democratic process. In short, the bill is an abusive overreach by the state into areas that should rightfully be left to parents and to other dispersed authorities. Centralized government control of education will ultimately and almost certainly be abused. Citizens, I plead with you, do not give up on your rightful liberty, no matter how good the state's intention may seem to be. The concern is not those in power today, but more concerning those who will lead in the future that will have more sinister ideologies. I respectfully call on Parliament to go back to the drawing board and to demonstrate proper diligence in consulting parents and the entire spectrum of innovative independent educators, and to make full provision for all those rich contributors to the well-being of our children and our community, to make provision for all these varied strategies and styles and curricula, and to do so without centralized government meddling and hindrance. I call on Parliament to show restraint and to hold itself back from usurping the sovereign and internationally recognized, historically proven primary right of parents to determine how and what they teach their children. But if not, let it be known to you, O rulers and legislators, that we will not give up our sovereign right and duty to love, care for, and educate our children and prepare them for life. We will not sacrifice our children to serve an imposter state God. Thank you.
Honourable Chairperson, my name is Yusuf Kassim. I'm the Provincial Chairperson of the Democratic Alliance in the Eastern Cape, and I serve in the Eastern Cape Legislature in the Portfolio Committee of Education. Honourable Chair, let's deal with the elephant in the room. There are those that have come to the podium seeking to convince us that this bill seeks to transform our education sector and level the playing fields. But it does no such thing. The only way to level the playing fields and ensure that a child from New Brighton, KwaZakele, Warmer, Chatty, Galvindale all receive the same quality education is to ensure that the department invests resources to ensure that all of our schools have the facilities necessary, qualified teachers, textbooks, quality LTSM in those schools to do so. You are not going to level the playing fields by taking an isiXhosa mother tongue learner and an Afrikaans mother tongue learner and putting them in a school and forcing them to learn in English and having them both fail. Now, I'm a parent, and every parent wants their children to go to schools with the best facilities to have the best success, and I get that. But there's absolutely no way that we can allow 30 or almost 30 years of ANC government failure to be scapegoated in this fashion because they have failed our children, stolen the futures of our children, and now a year before elections wants to come and usurp the rights of our SGBs to try and blame the few schools that have some facilities left for all of the failures of this government. That is dishonest, and that is not going to transform our education sector. Honourable Chairperson, sections 4 and 5, and I must say, we are in a parliamentary session, and the departmental official that was here, the director, actually needs to be investigated because he has misled this House. Section 4 and 5 makes it very clear that language and admission policies, it doesn't say only where it's unconstitutional will it be rejected by the HOD. It says the HOD has to approve, and if the HOD doesn't approve, you will recommend, and if you don't adopt those recommendations, then the policy is not going to be approved. So basically what we've done is we've taken the rights of parents away to decide on the policies of their schools, and we've given it to an HOD. Who holds the HOD accountable? There's nobody that holds the HOD accountable. In fact, last year, the HOD in the Eastern Cape, Dr. Naledi Mbude, was suspended by Oscar Mabuyane, the Premier, because they wanted to conclude LTSM contracts corruptly after they've suspended her. This is a scandal. And I can tell you in the 15 seconds that I have left, there is no way that anybody that wants to ensure quality education can approve a bill like this. It takes away powers from our schools. It ensures that, for example, we centralize the procurement of LTSM, unlike in the Western Cape where we allow schools to buy their own LTSM.
Time is up. Order. Order. Ayihlale phansi bamba umthetho.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and the Parliamentary Committee on Education. My name is Zanokolo Kama, Chairperson of SADTU in the Western Region. Chair, we support the bill. Chair, we support the bill because we support equity, access and redress and transformation in education. Chair, we reject the animal farm and the tale of two cities that we see in South Africa. It's a pity that one cannot respond to some of the utterances that have been made here. But generally, they are one of the signs that in South Africa you have people that who live in opulence and those who live in poverty. And those who live in opulence will defend whatever they have gained in the past. You can clearly see, Chair, that there are learners who have become learners of their own parents because they have to be given a particular thinking about South Africa. And then as you observe that, Chair, I am worried of what will happen to that child should that single teacher leave this world. Are they not going to go back to the very same system they are rejecting today? Chair, we are having situations where schools on admission, they would ask a single parent to go around and look for a father for that child to be admitted in a school. Because that parent must go around and look for a pay slip or a salary advice of that other parent who has never parented that child, for that child to be admitted in school, and that is done through admission policies of schools. So we reject such tendencies, Chair. We reject, Chair, the propaganda that is being circulated by parties who are already in this House on abortion in particular. There is now no such where it is indicated in the proposed bill that a teacher would be having a right to actually assist a child to abort. It's a propaganda. And it's not in anywhere in this bill. So if we come here, Chair, and try and ask people to reject a bill on propaganda, it means a lot about us and our rejection of transformation. We want to emphasize, Chair, that we support the bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair, members of the Portfolio Committee, and all the people of the House. My name is Pastor Patrick Douglas Henry. I'm a pastor of the Apostolic Faith Mission of South Africa, and I'm against what this bill stands for. I want to ask us a fundamental question that will describe what the main idea behind the bill is. The question is, who owns our children? Our children belong to God. They are entrusted to the children, entrusted to parents, and parents must then own the proper right to educate the children the right way. Now, what I'm seeing in this bill is a gradual shift that the authority and ownership of children vests in the state, as in communist countries, where we have seen the disasters that has caused. The fundamental right before God, and this country has over 85% people believing in God. And they hold the view that the children are entrusted to them by God. We know that there are abuses, but we need to have a partnership with schools and governance of schools, because when parents elect governing bodies, they represent the parents, and they need to have the authority to manage their children without state interference and control. The state's job is to support the parents, not to interfere with the parents. And school governing bodies' freedoms must be protected, because we've seen so much incompetence from government in the past. Our education system is hanging on by a thread. Children at grade 4 can hardly understand anything they are reading. And that is by the current educational board. And I think we're avoiding the elephant in the room. All these questions in the BELA bill are moving the chairs on the Titanic around. The real problem, and that you as a portfolio committee need to look at, is how can we get rid of the incompetence that has gone right through the entire education system, that our kids of every color, of every group, of every type and place are getting rotten education where our little kids can't even read and write. And we need to sort out this mess before we worry about whether we're selling liquor, which is a disgrace. We shouldn't be doing that. And any treatment of pregnant girls must include the parents at any point. Because that's what this seeks to do. It carefully avoids talking about things, but when we're looking at parents and their role, and if they are concerned about parents, bring in social workers that can assist and guide this process, because those girls need help. They don't need
Your time is up. Thank you.
Good afternoon to the members of the committee and those here present. My name is Timothy Kuris, and I do not represent any political party or organization this afternoon. Honorable Chair, on the outset, I wish to state I reject the BELA bill. I reject the BELA bill. In reference to clause 2, I would like to state that children belong to parents and not to the state. It is therefore unthinkable that the state want to criminalize parents for making decisions that is in the best interest of their children. Who will take care of these children if their parents are incarcerated? This is all about control and not about care. In reference to clause 8 of this bill, the sale of and consumption of alcohol in our school premises, it is unthinkable that this is even included in the bill. Teachers in our schools have to deal with the effects of alcohol abuse in our communities on a daily basis. As many children suffer from fetal alcohol syndrome disorder, some of the functional difficulties of the learners that they may experience include poor short-term memory, delayed motor skill development, language disorders, and sensory overload. According to municipal bylaws, a liquor outlet should not operate within 100 meters from a school. How do we even consider opening and allowing these establishments to open in the school premises? In reference to clause 37, homeschooling, under this South African constitution, you have the right to educate your child at home without any interference from the state. It is a right and not a privilege under our constitution. This means you don't need to ask anyone for permission. This clause seeks to regulate homeschools by forcing them to follow the CAPS curriculum, while this may not be in the best interest of the child. In reference to clause 41, Honorable Chair, this clause seeks to give the minister unfettered powers, which may undermine the rights afforded to South Africans under the esteemed constitution. During 2020, South Africans could not buy sandals, a light bulb, a broom, even a grilled chicken, because a certain minister decided that these items were non-essential. I therefore reject this bill in its totality. Thank you.
Good morning to the members of the parliament. I, in total, support the bill. Wishing a hand of applause to 25 billion sustained by President to sustain the office for the next 3 years. Hand of applause on those bases. Amtongogara, Chawe, Chieftain Sokutu, I'm a legal advisor in High Court at the Constitutional Court in Kwame Nkrumah region. However, some of the issues are not established here. The question of civilization in Palapurwa, where the invention of iron and stone were established, but they are not mentioned in our curriculum. Secondly, the race card of 1948, Bantu education, which lead us to Tatars of this country. Suggestion, which when I was an SGP at Mzonsundu, that the question of rape, the question of drugs, there must be a police van stationed at school to avoid drugs, alcohol, and other factors that criminalize our education. Section 34 Amendment Bill, which I'm totally supporting, the school feeding and other sectorial determination. I did my primary education at Kosatu College in Harare. Then I proceeded to do media studies at Polytech in the same province of Mashonaland.
Your time is up, Tatinkosi. Thank you very much, Siyabonga. There is an ID document here which they found outside. It's for Juba, Denver. Please, if you've missed your ID is here with us. You can come. You can come and get it. This is a very important document. Thank you. Asiyeni ngapha ke, and no tents this side. Adidas, white t-shirt, black jacket, blue. Next to him, yes. There is a child here with a blue. Just behind the child, ma'am with a black, yes, yourself. There is a meneer there with a check shirt. Yourself, white t-shirt. Are you not getting cold, people? Yes, Kotolisa man. Sir with a, yes, you, yes. Yes, with khaki, the one that is standing. No, that one, at the back. And then there is a lady, a young lady with a blue, yes. Nizawuphuma nina apho, yes? And then there is a lady there with a, yes, with a black, yes. Ma'am with a red, yes, a stock. Are we done? Marina, don't do that. Don't do that. There is a, sir, yourself there with a black skoko there with a red. Thank you. I'm coming back. Second round. Let us see, us push.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is still and remains Peter Luzuku. Firstly, let's make this disclaimer, Chairperson, that we have an unwavering support for the bill. We are resolute and clear on that. That is our stance. I think it's a popular view. I have noticed, Chairperson, that those that are rejecting the bill are premised on the evil strategy of the apartheid, of divide and conquer, which was championed by Hendrik Verwoerd. Chairperson, you had one person here from DA who defined themselves as Yusuf Qasim, who says there should be decentralized education. Xhosas should start in this school, and then this language, and Afrikaans, English, Tswana, and everything. That is what we are rejecting. South Africa is currently in a democratic state. We are no longer in the past of where we were governed by government of the minority. Now we are in the government of the majority, government of the people, by the people. Now, Chairperson, our support for this bill is not a blanket approach. We do not just support Nje. One, our democratic state and our constitution, South Africa in general, has a bad reputation of having good policies but with zero implementation. And that has to change with this bill. Secondly, I was more moved when you talked about the SGBs and governing bodies. I want to stress the quality and the capacity of SGBs, and therefore the clause 20 there by the BELA bill ought to be refined, and it ought to say governing bodies of a public school should focus on a specialized talent, and that should be regulated as opposed to unregulated, as stipulated where in the clause 20. As I conclude, Chairperson, SGBs, they do not understand their roles of being a governing body. They reduce themselves to be ice boys of school teachers and principals. During lunch times, they are being sent to buy lunch for these powerful teachers and principals. And they do not even understand the fact that principals have an ex officio status in SGB meetings. They do not dictate and micromanage our SGBs. For that, I conclude, Chairperson. Thank you.
Honourable Chair, honourable members and fellow South Africans, I reject the whole of the DBE proposed bill because of its adverse impact on increased school administrative burden. My name is Manfred Guy. I'm a father of 3. In truth, it's a bill rooted in creating administrative tasks rather than enhancing education. Our nation has a vast civil service, straining our financial health. Paying more to officials who sit in offices means we have less money to provide service delivery to the poorest of the poor. In the Eastern Cape, we have an excess of 2,000 unfilled teaching posts. Should those not be the place we invest resources in? We need educators out of the offices and into the schools, boots on the ground. The proposed bill makes this imbalance worse by securing jobs for office workers in the Eastern Cape Department of Education through needless tasks. Schools are to submit quarterly bank accounts, increasing the checking workload. This is certainly not in line with best practice. Not even the public sector submits annual financial statements to that frequency and are not exposed to this non-value-added admin. It was simplified earlier to say that it's only a bank statement. However, that goes hand in hand with rigorous checks and other work content. Over 20,000 institutions are to supply language and admission policies, an excuse to enlarge the district and head office workforce. Who on earth is going to sift through these packs and packs of data and make sense of it? Not to mention react when action is required. The question is, will the DBE become a babysitting, disempowering institution, or one that empowers schools? Homeschoolers aren't exempt, with officials wanting to conduct home visits, benefiting from travel and accommodation allowances, and getting a nice break from the office. However, there's no provision for school governing bodies members' stipends. Some might argue my opposition is to select clauses only. However, I maintain we need more teachers, not office workers doing and keep themselves busy. Several clauses raise major concerns, and these have been mentioned before. My advocacy is for child-centric, community-centric BELA bill, one that upholds rights of pregnant learners and their unborn children, offers stipends for SGB members, supports rural schools, and implements fair admission and language policies without centralizing power. Resources must be spent on closing obvious gaps within our public schooling institution, the numerous teacher vacancies, quality of current curriculum, fit-for-purpose preparation of future and current educators to fulfill requirements of this highly competitive economic sectors outside, not over-regulating and opposing.
Your time is up.
Hello, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. My name is Lynette Hoch, and I've been a teacher for 37 years. I support the ACDP. I reject the entire BELA bill, in particular clauses 27, 37, and 41. Home learners and learners from small schools have to cover content that is comparable to that of the DBE. Such an evening out of content will cause no learner to stand out in a subject that they are good at. Where will the researchers be? Where will those who will become experts in their fields before they even leave school? Where will the people like Nelson Mandela be, who leave their dire circumstances and find a great destiny and a future in books of knowledge? Where will those people be? We need them. These rural children and homeschoolers are often the ones who stand out as they rise out of the dust and become innovators in their field. We are becoming a nation of even people. There's nobody who's standing out and standing up for South African anymore. One wonders if there is a reason for such a curtailing of knowledge, so that no one can stand up for themselves, as in Nazi Germany and pre-democratic South Africa. In South Africa, even in our CAPS curriculum, the 6-year-olds count only to 7 in term 1. Smaller schools are often high quality. There might be no school at all for them if they have to leave those schools as those schools close, and can find no transport, and already big schools will be overrun. Comprehensive sex education, you say that's not your part, but who says what is going to be the future? And it has nothing to do with excellence in education, but is a foreshadowing of perversion. I've had a father weep because a boy has kissed his daughter. They felt they are not ready for that. CSE will take away the rights of parents, will warp a child's mind and cause a child to need psychiatric help. We are a nation that upholds moral principles. In fact, I have never met a parent that have not had good moral principles in my school. The DBE might start transitioning kids. We don't know what's going to happen in the future, as early as 12. Chloe Cole, who comes from Canada, went through such a process where in secret she was transitioned, and now in her early 20s she is trying to detransition. and needs countless medications and psychiatric visits.
Your
She has
time
a
is up,
deep
ma'am. Your time is up.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eimolele from Congress of South African School Governing Body. And then firstly, let me acknowledge and recognize the leadership of the Khoisan and the chieftaincy of the Xhosa people in here. The Bible says, you must beware of the deceit of the Pharisees amongst you, more especially you parliamentarians there, because there is an deceit of the Pharisees amongst you. And then that deceit of the Pharisees is very much dangerous. And that deceit must be uprooted and taken off amongst you, because it can defile the whole thing there. Very dangerous, you must be aware of that. White people, they come here with the audacity, even to disrespect our leaders, to say what they are saying in front of our chieftains here. They must be ashamed of themselves, I'm telling you. They don't have regard of our leadership, because the province that we are in here right now, today, is highly respected province. The province of the leadership. The people who died for the education. People who killed by the white people. Chris Usitembisile Hani. The people who killed him, Nelson Mandela. They come here and talk about the name of our leader. How dare they are to come here and manipulate our people to talk about the likes of Nelson Mandela. Yeah. And they don't have regard about Nelson Mandela. The person that they jailed for 27 years. But now they come here and say, Nelson Mandela, say so, say so. What the hell? Like really? They don't love us, these people. They don't even care about the education of black child. Black people, beware. There said one person came here and say this bill must go back to hell. What if I'm standing here and say all white people must go back to the sea? Because that's where they belong. They are settlers. They are settlers. They are racist. They came here, settled here in our country.
Order.
Now they are enjoying
Order.
the
Wait.
benefit.
Sorry, Speaker. Sorry. Can you sit down? Can you sit down or you'll go out of this meeting? Can you sit down or you will go out yourself? You will go out of this meeting. Oscar Mabuyane was painted nonsense here, and nobody shouted. I asked you when I started that when a person speaks, you keep quiet. We've got ears also. And this is a very emotional bill. We rather wait for our opportunity to speak, because I don't stop people from talking. So let us not be many chairs. Everybody has got a right to speak. That's how democracy functions. And nobody must be stopped. Because obvious, others like what others say and others hate what others say. That is democracy. Continue.
As I'm saying, I am urging all our black people who associated themselves with white people to come out from them, because there is a time whereby we will send them back to the sea. So we don't want our black people to be affected too. People from ACTP, people from DA, black people, come out.
Your time is up. Your time is up.
You are next.
Thank you, Chair.
I have taken over. Proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My name is Jabu Apani. I'm also from Congress of South African School Governing Bodies. Firstly, I would like to thank the compilers of this amendment for making sure that we as the SGBs, we still retain our powers to determine the admission policies and the language policies at our schools. We were very worried about the current SASA or South African Schools Act when it only gave all the powers to the SGB, all the powers. When other races were discriminating against our people at their schools, SASA was quiet on that. And there were no other government officials or any structure that will disagree with those racist discrimination policies. But now it says each and every policy, admission policy, that is approved by the SGB, the HOD, should look at that policy to see whether it is fair and discriminatory and inclusive of any race or any language within that district. So what we know is that the whites are angry about that because they were using that to discriminate against us. Now they are talking about home education and they want to racialize home education. It is as if home education is white. Why are they the only one who are worried about the home education? We as blacks, we are also accepting this bill to recognize home education because we are also for home education. But it seems as if it is a white education and they don't want the department or the HOD to go to their homes to see what is it that they are educating there. The chief director said, we are for home education, but we should make sure that whatever is done there, it is above, not less than what is offered at the schools. But they want it to seem like if the HOD can come, he will be against whatever curriculum that they are offering. We are suspecting them there is a certain curriculum that they don't want the department to know, which is racism. Because in their conduct and in their rejection of the bill, they leave something to be suspicious of. We are for home education. This is not a white. This is not a white section.
Unfortunately, your time has lapsed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and PCB.
Don't drown the speaker. Proceed, ma.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and PCBE members. My name is Neha Badal. I am a homeschooling learner and I reject this bill in its entirety. This bill threatens to compromise the rights and freedoms of homeschooling families, and it disregards the unique educational opportunities and benefits that homeschooling provides. Homeschooling has allowed my parents the opportunity to tailor education that is specific to my needs and interests. It has fostered my love for learning and enabled personalized and individualized learning programs for me. Homeschooling has developed my critical thinking, creativity, and independent learning, which are crucial skills in today's rapidly evolving world. However, the BELA bill seeks to regulate homeschooling in ways that oppose my parents' ability to provide the best education for me. It introduces unnecessary demanding regulations and oversight that would infringe on our rights as a homeschooling family. The bill suggests mandatory registration, intrusive home inspections, and even the requirement to follow a prescribed curriculum. The flexibility of homeschooling allowed my parents to choose a dual curriculum of Cambridge International and the American High School Diploma as curricula for me. The American High School Diploma is an international curriculum and has a widespread educational approach that my parents configure with as much flexibility and structure as I need. The American High School Diploma provides me with a unique and flexible backdrop in which to develop essential skills to be proficient in any subject and to develop my interests, talents, and potential. It is a curriculum that emphasizes my acquisition of knowledge, understanding, critical thinking, and problem-solving abilities. The Cambridge International Curriculum is flexible, exciting, and at times challenging. It has enabled me to think on my own and has made me analytical, investigative, and encourages me to do additional research. Furthermore, homeschooling fosters a strong sense of unity and values. It provides an opportunity for my parents to impart our Hindu, cultural, moral, and religious beliefs into my education, which has promoted a well-rounded and holistic approach to my learning. Homeschooling was a choice made by my parents who believe it is in my best interest. You should respect and support the rights of my parents to make decisions about my education. I appeal to you to reject the BELA bill, defend the rights of homeschooling families, give us the freedom to choose alternative educational paths, and celebrate the diversity and success that homeschooling offers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Chair and PCB members. My name is Niresh Padal, and I represent Let's Do It Together for Education, a registered non-profit organization. We fully reject the BELA bill. There is really a big misunderstanding regarding homeschooling, and it projects homeschooling as being for certain race and religious groups. Had proper research been done, then you would know that the number of Muslim homeschoolers in Gauteng and Western Cape is probably more than the total number of homeschoolers in the remaining 7 provinces. Many of them are HIV scholars and are unregistered homeschoolers and therefore unlikely to attend these hearings. The myth that home education or home educators have a secret curriculum can only be attributed to the lack of research in home education. The trends in homeschooling should not be criticized because they are different or not understood. The BELA bill should embrace it. To truly understand the significance, impact, and value of home education, more research must be done. There should be no regulation before research. Homeschool, tutor centers, and micro-cottage schools have long been in existence. They have played and continue to play a major role in reducing the strain in overpopulated schools. 93% of these schools have some learners who have special educational needs, and we do not have enough schools to cater for these learners. They are illegal only because there is no process for them to register as micro schools or tutor centers. The BELA bill needs to acknowledge the role they play in our education system. They are for many parents an affordable option to private schooling. As the Gauteng province grapples with a shortage of land to build new schools, collaboration with tutor centers can help solve this problem and continue to offer opportunities for learners to learn. Let's Do It Together for Education fully supports early childhood development and that access to education must be improved. But making grade R compulsory is going to force many preschools that offer quality education in small classes with specially trained, committed, and passionate Montessori educators to close down. This will disrupt a fundamental part of our education system and leave many learners who do not get accepted into schools displaced. The education sector will lose vital skills and expertise when some of these specialists will not be employed by schools because of the Employment Amendment Equity Bill. The closure of small schools will exacerbate the quality of teaching in already overcrowded classrooms. Closing small schools and increasing the number of learners in other schools will not improve any school's capacity to positively change educational outcomes. Instead of increasing access to education and educational opportunities, it will create obstacles, resulting in higher dropout and failure rates. It will intensify existing problems of late coming and absenteeism. Clause 41 is unclear and it gives the minister carte blanche to make his or her own regulations. The writing is blurred and a lot is open to translation. We are giving unlimited power to the minister to do as he or she pleases without blameworthiness, and any opposition to that could result in imprisonment. It also burdens...
Unfortunately, your time is up. Thank you. Next.
Hello, honorable members and honorable chair. My name is Jock Foster. I'm 10 years old and I'm in grade 4. I reject the BELA bill. I must say I really like homeschooling. I love to learn and especially reading books and doing maths. I'm also fascinated by by history and enjoy learning about people like Alexander the Great and other ancient people. I reject the BELA bill as the state cannot decide what's best for me. I choose homeschooling and I choose to be educated by my parents as they love me and know me best. May I please ask you to reconsider the entire BELA bill? I want to say a lot more, but the schoolwork got in the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Manaka. Next.
Enkosi mhlali ngaphambili. Igama lami ndungusizwe wakasandi. Ndingu-chairperson ke we-NPO esiyibiza ngu-Change Agent that deals with the education ngamandla kule region. Zimbini ke thina sinezivubeko kubuhlungu ukuthetha ungenazivubeko zalento uthetha ngayo. Sayilwela ke lento yale education ukuze ukwazi ukutshintsha. Asithethi ngento esingayaziyo, sithetha ngento esiyaziyo, chairperson. Abantu abamhlophe ke na kule nto bangafuna ukuthetha isingesi ndisithetha gqitha iveki yonke. Abantu abamhlophe abayazi le nto kukuthethwa kokutshintshwa kwezinto. Ndiyakwenzela umzekelo nje lula. Abantwana ngo-2019, 2018 bebeno-fees must fall. Abantu abamhlophe babancedisa ukutoyitoya kuba bakhusela ilifa labo. Asizukulikhusela namhlanje lilifa labo. Iza kutshintsha le nto kufuneka itshintshile ukuze abantwana bethu baphuhle. Ndiyayisapota nefoundation yami iyayisapota le bill into yokuba ngaba mayitshintshe ukwenzela kwiminyaka elandelayo izinto zizokuhamba ngendlela. Zimbini ke izinto mhlali ngaphambili endifuna ukuzi-emphasize apha kuwe. Uyabona ezi teachers sithetha ngazo asizikhuseli. Kubuhlungu ukutitsha ebhayi imehlo lakho lisefestireni ujonga uba ngubani lugqithayo kuba abatishara sithetha ngabo bayarojwa. I'm not too sure if u-district director ukhona apha ngasemva bendimbonile. One of the things besikhe sazenza prior 2021 kukucheka i-contract ye-security arrangement yezikolo. You can't pay ADT to come and help isikolo kakukhala i-alarm. We need an on-site securities to vanguard ezizikolo nabatishara abatisha abantwana. Ndinewari ke ukuba abanye otishara bayayazi le ndiyithethayo abasakwazi ukuphila kamandi. Abanye bane-anxiety. Ndinabantwana abathathu. 3 of them abafundi elokishini. I'm not saying I'm proud about that, but ziminzi zokwazi ukufundisa umntana. Uyabona indaba homeschooling iyafuna uregulator ngamandla. Ayisincedisi kuba yasicalucalula. Bathetha kamnandi kuba kaloku bathunyiwe. Abathethi into bayaziyo, bathetha ukuthunywa.
Unfortunately, your time has elapsed, Baba. Next. Before next year, my sincere apologies, let's get interpretation.
I am Sizwe Sandi. I am chairperson of an education organization. We are having blows. We have really fought for educational changes. Whites do not understand these issues. During the years 2018 to 2019, there were certain things that had happened. Therefore, we need to protect the rights that those people of those years had suffered under. We must change as we are moving forward. There are 2 things I need to talk about. There was an occasion where a teacher was robbed here in Port Elizabeth. It is difficult to teach at these occasions. I had seen an education officer here inside. He was present. Teachers even suffer anxieties. Some people prefer homeschooling. I am totally against this homeschooling because it is not beneficiary. That is all that I need to say.
Interpreter, let the children come unto me. My daughter, my son or a daughter, the stage is yours.
Honourable Chair, honourable members, my name is Tian Foster. I am 9 years old and in grade 4. I reject the BELA bill, especially clauses 37 and 41. I have been homeschooled my entire life and I am thankful for that. I love to homeschool because no one rushes you and no one slows you down. If you homeschool, you can do stuff like art and craft, spend lots of time with your family, bake, read, scrapbooking, learn about animals and so much more. This makes learning fun. I love it very much to learn about the history of the world, animals and places. I also love to play the piano and to discover new cities while I am at my home. I love animals and like to learn about them. Therefore, I will share a few facts with you. Did you know there are 45 species of wild cats? Did you know the inland taipan is a snake from Australia and its venom is so strong that one drop is enough to kill 100 people in less than 10 seconds? Did you know the smallest cat on earth is the rusty-spotted cat from India? An adult rusty-spotted cat can fit in your hand. Did you know the blue whale is bigger than any dinosaur that ever lived? I ask you, please do not take control of home education. It's my parents' right to decide what I may and may not learn, not the government's. Homeschooling has helped me in many ways. I learned to read last year when I was 8 years old. I learned to read Afrikaans in just 3 months. This year, I taught myself to read English in 3 months. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manaka. Next.
Good afternoon. I'm Josephine Rogers. I'm the Deputy Provincial Manager of FESIS in the Eastern Cape. We partially reject the bill. The ones we do reject has been submitted already. The ones, I'm just going to mention a few that we do agree with. 1, the requirements of compulsory education for grade R. 2, uniform and national measures regarding the election of SGBs throughout the country. 3, discrimination of the act of providing false information by parents. Then there are deficiencies, which means we ask that these proposed amendments be added to the ones already proposed. 1, a clear definition of the word meetings. The Schools Act does not define a meeting. We are living in a technology era, and we would like you to include online meetings, online voting, to extend the opportunity for more people to attend meetings. 2, the extension of Section 9 of the Schools Act, which refers to the expulsion of learners. A learner who has been recommended for expulsion has the right to appeal against the HOD's ruling to the MSC. We would like the same right that must be extended to the SGB too if they are not in agreement with the ruling of the MSC. By doing so, the right of other learners at the school will be protected also. 3, the amendment of Section 37(1) of the Schools Act, which refers to the administration of finances at the school. We say that the minister and not the HOD must determine the direction under which an SGB must establish and administer its school's finances. 4, the formalization and establishment of a national and provisional consultative forum, also known as the PCF, for national public SGB organizations. In some provinces, the provisional consultative forum, the PCF, are active and in others not. We want these forums to be legalized, and so it's a legal responsibility for the HOD and the MSC to meet with formal governing body organizations. In the Eastern Cape, the Provincial Consultative Forum was established in 2017, and for a couple of years it went quite well. Last year, I think we had about 2 meetings. This year, we are in the middle of the year. And
Unfortunately, Mama, your time has elapsed, but thank you for your contribution. Colleagues, the boss is back. Rule number 1, 48 laws of power never outshine the master. Over to you, Mama.
Good afternoon to the committee and honorary chairperson. I am Colette van Heerden. I'm here for love and protection of all children and the family. Thank you for this opportunity and privilege to hear so many points of view. We are opposed to the bill in its entirety, and in particular clause 37 that amends section 51. This is the section on homeschooling. When the DBE imposed comprehensive sexuality education and scripted lesson plans on schools, the DBE spokesperson, Elijah Mhlanga, said in the press that the only way parents could opt out of the new CSE lessons is by sending their children to private school or homeschooling them. Parents then took children out of school to homeschool them, but now the DBE wants to force the national curriculum statement, what people normally call CAPS, on homeschoolers. The Department of Basic Education has said in previous meetings that homeschoolers will be free to choose curriculum. This is not correct, because even if homeschoolers could choose any curriculum, the DBE will still assess your child strictly against the national curriculum statement. This is set out in section 51, subsection 2. So you are saying a homeschooler can do anything that they want, but the test you give them at the end of the year tests them on CSE. If a homeschooler does not do CSE, they will fail their assessment. And then the Provincial Education Department can stop them homeschooling and force them to go to school where they will be taught CSE. No one can escape CSE, not even at home. The BELA bill is being used to force learners to do CSE. I ask that these clauses be removed and that new clauses be added that protect a parent's right to choose a godly curriculum and to have their children assessed against the curriculum they have chosen and not the national curriculum statement. We are also opposed to the section 51, subsection 16, which gives the minister power to make regulations relating to the registration and administration of home education. This will allow her to make regulations, and this will allow her to impose CSE on homeschoolers. Parliament must keep these powers for itself. Do not give the minister the power to make new regulations. We say no to CSE. We say no to DBE replacing parents. We say no to BELA bill. We say yes to family, and we say yes to parents the right to teach their children and train them up in godly ways. We say yes to ACDP. Thank you.
Good day, my name is Tamika Walji. Thank you to the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education for the opportunity for me to make this contribution. I oppose Clause 37, Section 51 of the BELA Bill. As a student, I believe that my voice must be heard on topics related to my education. I've been homeschooled for the last 4 years to date. If this bill is passed, my parents will have no control over the stuff that I learn at school, and even if I am homeschooled, my parents will still have to teach me what the government wants them to. This is wrong because we all have the freedom to education that is not controlled by someone in an office far away. Some person in government will be able to control everything I do while I'm being homeschooled. My parents will have no say in what I'm being taught. This does not respect my privacy or my parents' freedom to teach me. By passing this bill, the role of my parents in life and education will be undermined. It is only right that my parents should have a bigger say over my life and education because they are the ones who look after me. They are my support system and they provide me with the tools to help me grow into all that I can be. I also oppose Clause 41 of the BELA Bill, in terms of which I'll be forced to learn about sex and gender. I shouldn't have to learn about sex and gender in the school environment. Moral issues are family value issues. And if I don't learn about sex, my teachers and parents could go to jail. As a minor, I would be allowed to have medical treatment, including procedures that can change me from a girl to a boy or a boy to a girl. This is not right. Through this bill, government wants to replace my parents and their right to educate me and raise me in terms of our shared family values. Government wants to cut the legs out from under my parents, and yet in my everyday life, it is my parents who are there for me, not government. I do not give the Minister of Basic Education the right to replace my parents' authority in my life. Ministers come and go, but my parents are irreplaceable. The minister seeks this power over me today, but the minister does not even know my name. But my parents are my custodians. They've been there since before my beginning. They are still here for me. Where's the minister? Where will the ministers or school teachers be in the middle of the night if I or my peers have an adverse reaction to medical procedures we received at school without our parents' knowledge? Will the minister or any teacher be there when we need to be rushed to hospital? And can we cry to the minister when we are in trouble? And will the minister help us better than our parents can? This bill wants to instigate us, children, to undermine our parents. That is not right. I reject this bill in its entirety.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Before the next speaker, can the owner of this car come to the rescue of the situation? JWH 036 Eastern Cape. It's a red VW. Yeah, the owner has responded. Thank you very much, bro. That's positive response. Over to you, Baba.
Good day, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. My name is Rikus Foster and I reject the BELA Bill. There are numerous problems with this bill. Firstly, the bill attacks various rights and forms of freedom as protected by the Constitution of South Africa, such as privacy, academic freedom, and the right to independent education. Freedom of association, the right to use the language and participate in the culture of your choice. Children's rights regarding parental care. Some of the issues in the bill which undermine these rights in the Constitution are home visits by state officials. This will be a gross violation of privacy. In a country with a high crime rate and unacceptable levels of violence against women and children, this will only open the vulnerable to more risk and exposure. There are many other ways to gather information electronically with technology. Number two, limiting or not explicitly protecting the choice of curriculum is inconsistent with the right to independent education. Number three, criminalizing non-compliance for parents with potential jail time is to remove the child's right to parental care. Number four, forcing an instruction language onto a school undermines the right to choose language, culture, and freedom of association. Number five, the sale of alcohol on a school premises cannot realistically be in the best interest of children, based on the well-researched and documented social problems related to alcohol and places where alcohol are sold. Other problems with this bill. Results at our public schools are poor. Now the state wants to go further, take on more responsibility, and in some instances replace the role of parents and local communities in educating children. With what resources and skills, we ask. As a citizen of South Africa, I reject this bill. We will not give our children to the state, as the Bible clearly states that it is the role of parents to raise and instruct children, not the state. This bill is not based on scientific research, and if so, we call on the state to publicize such research. Education is the main tool to change the fortunes of South Africa, reduce unemployment and grow the economy. This bill will not achieve equality, as some speakers have maybe think that it will, through upliftment. Rather, it will dim everyone's future. We call on Parliament to act accordingly, in the interest of all. Thank you.
Reverend Sheikh, greeting to everyone. I greet you in Jesus' name. Sunday today, I have to greet you in Jesus' name. I totally agree with the bill. I disagree with homeschooling. Homeschooling, where did that come from? Or your parents, tell your parents' history. Were they taught at home? No. They were taught where? At school. Do you understand? So I totally disagree with homeschooling. Liquor at school, too. Liquor at school, out of the question. There's raffles, you can sell food, you can fundraise, you can do anything but liquor at school. It's the same as we're accepting gangsterism. If you sell liquor, it's the same because we're going to fight at school and stuff, you understand? And number 3, I want to come back to the grade R. If you're coming back to grade R as Department of Education, could you please look at educators as well? Because if you're starting at grade R, I think it's similar or it's close by at the educators where it starts. Learning from colors, learning how to stand, learning how to, so if you could look into those things. But thanks, sweet and short.
Honorable Chair and people of the Eastern Cape, all the chiefs here present. My name is Willem Oosthuizen. I'm married to a beautiful wife, father of 8 children, and a proud Rainbow Nation South African citizen. I'm a community developer with 31 years experience. We home educated all our children and launched them successfully into society to love our rich diversity of people and to positively contribute to socio-economic development. But I'm not here this afternoon as a home educator per se. I'm here today as a concerned South African citizen. I strongly reject the BELA bill because it will disempower our communities. I support change, but not the BELA bill. A Xhosa worker community close to Oyster Bay recently took ownership of their children's education. Why, I ask you? Because they've been struggling to get their children to school because there's no transport. The times their children get to school, they were taught in Afrikaans, not their home language. These children were also daily under attack from gangs and lived in constant fear. In Humansdorp alone, over the past 2 years, more than 30 children died because of gangsterism, because the government can't protect them. I ask you, what must these parents do? Well, they made a plan and started their own online farm school, and these children are getting world-class education at a farm school in a heavy rural area. There's a beautiful collaboration between farmers, farm workers, and business partners to make this happen. Honorable Chair, if the BELA bill is passed, specifically clauses 5, 14, 27, and 37, it will disempower communities like these. It is unconstitutional. Honorable Chair, the reopening of online farm schools and home education are good alternative solutions to our overcrowded gang-ruled schools, not threatening the state, but actually assisting government. I invite you to go into any township tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock and you will find hundreds of children not in school. The BELA bill won't get them into school. I plead with you, let us rather take hands with all the willing role players out there and give our children a good education, impacting the future of our beloved country. Thank you.
Good day. Honourable Chairperson, first and foremost, I'd like to exercise my human rights by asking you not to chew gum in the presence while we're sitting in a parliamentary sitting. I feel that...
Are you
this-
out of order
okay.
now?
Out of order, but I'm exercising my right as to freedom of speech based on the fact that I'm a mother of two, a community member, and also a civil citizen. Okay, let us look at rule number 17. I have to tell you that it's a very vague. Two, you're taking us, our rights as SGB parents, as SGB members away from us by putting you guys in power when most of y'all are mostly incompetent. Haibo, I refuse to do that one. Okay, you talking about basic
Don't
education.
be personal.
Okay, I'm not getting personal.
Don't be personal because we are leading a process here.
I'm speaking.
And our skin is very thick, Tina. We will stand. But I'm not sure if you will stand.
Even
Don't
mine
be
is sticky.
personal.
Okay, in terms of section of the Act 92 of 96, can you please have a look at it? When you're telling a child of 12 years of age to be taught in a sex education, now you are promoting abortion. You're violating that parent's right into saying, no, my child has a right to say no. Because you are putting it out there by saying, this child has a right to be pregnant at school. What happens to us? That is why in the northern areas, most of the kids they don't find school, they don't go anywhere because of people that doesn't get. One, they don't care about us. Two, they take people that is illiterate. Three, they sleep and they chew gums.
Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and your entourage. Greetings to everybody in the House, especially our elderly, to traditional leaders, spiritual leaders, and everybody who is inside here. Chair, let me first introduce myself as Mawonga, the name, Blow, the surname. I'm one of 82 branch chairpersons in the Eastern Cape. I'm the branch chairperson of Sparum Kondo in Utenek, but in the Western region. Let me preface the Chair by saying it is clear, firstly, we accept the bill. It is quite clear that we are in a class struggle of the haves and have-nots. Having studied this bill and engaged on it as workers and the left forces, we are quite convinced that it was long overdue that some changes being made in legislation in its current form. It is also clear that the government is amongst the people, especially the ruling party. But it is also clear that inside the ruling party, we are also not the ruling class. Hence, we appreciate this particular engagement so that we can give you assurance that we are behind you. Amandla ke ayinguwanga la. We have given you power, use it to the benefit of the majority, the blacks in particular of this country. Chair, you can sense that we are having public education and we have private education who do not know what is happening on the left. This particular amendments are biased to the left and assisting the poorest of the poor. Sister Shilege, and these are sections by section. Before you pay this 2 minutes, I want to go to the STPs. The issue of the
Your time
STP
is up, Mhlekazi. Okay, Gqeberha, your time is up, but. Asiyivanga le. Your time is up, hamba.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair, Honourable members of the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today in the interest not only of my own children, but in the interest of all the beautiful children of our nation, of all colours and races. It is in their interest that I feel I cannot accept the bill in its present form, because I believe that it will not bring transformation and redress, and that rather than improving access to quality education for our nation's learners, it will hinder that access. Why so? How do I say that? We've heard from many speakers today who are at the coalface, grappling with the issues that we are challenged with in our state schools. We've heard of learners who are in overcrowded classrooms where meaningful learning cannot take place. We've heard of learners who are sitting in classrooms where there is no teacher because posts have not been filled. Now, rather than addressing these issues, the BELA bill is actually going to thwart and obstruct something that is a solution for many children in South Africa: home education. Now, home education presents an opportunity for real transformation. And if the DBE had conducted that research that it was advised to conduct in 2015, it would know that home education is not something that's being conducted in South Africa simply by, and I quote, people who are white and rich. Home education is being embraced by many families who are not white or not rich or neither. We've heard from many of them today. Parents are utilizing this opportunity to provide an excellent tailor-made education for their children. And they are using free resources that are available to all of us of all races: public libraries, resources that are put out by community groups, resources are pooled and shared, and they're using that successfully. They are solving the education crisis for many children in South Africa, and they are relieving the pressure on the overburdened state schooling system. But instead of empowering those parents, Clause 37 of the bill is going to hinder them, because it demands that they fit the bill for assessments on their children. In fact, it's the bill that is going to make home education something that is not accessible to anyone but the wealthy, those who are wealthy enough to fund those assessments and government-approved materials that will be needed in order for their child to pass those assessments. A much better solution would be for a parent to notify the DBE of their commitment to home educate their child, and then for that parent to submit biannual detailed reports on the progress of that child according to their chosen.
Your time is up, ma'am.
Good day. My name is Gqeberha. I just want to address this. Myself, who came from high school, drinking after school, it kills the brain cells. Like drinking in general, it kills the brain cells. So how can you drink after school, going to school tomorrow with an empty mind, not focusing, you're vomiting everywhere, you're just sick? And secondly, God said, be fruitful and multiply, not kill your baby in the womb, because you don't know if that is the next leader, your next president that you're carrying in your womb, and you're killing that. Even though it's still a being in your womb, there's a spirit growing inside of you, so you have to give life to that Spirit of God. And thirdly, I want to address something that I've heard earlier on. We are not living in apartheid. We are not living in apartheid. What that man said earlier, it touched my spirit, because the white people cannot be punished for what their ancestors has done to not only black people, but colored people in general. I am not a colored, I am a Khoi son, and South Africa belongs to the Khoi son. I was deprived from my education, from my ancestors, by the government, which is wrong. I was taught about Chaka Zulu. Meanwhile, I should have been taught about Sarah Bartman, who is a Khoi son. This is not right. This is unfair. BEE, Black Economic Empowerment, has deprived colored people from their rights. There was never a Khoi son president seated in the seat that he is supposed to sit. We have a king, but the king has no right to say anything, because there are people in government who does not belong in South Africa. Amandla Hawe.
Amase.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and your members. Kahlele kwinkosi. My name is Monga, surname is Peter. I'm the chairperson of the Eastern Cape National Association of SGBs. I rise to support the transformation agenda, which the bill advocates for that. I support for as long as it emphasizes on the cooperative governance. May I also add and underscore part of the areas which we have not covered in our written submission as NASGB. One of which being the appreciation in the elevation of grade R, which that surely has to go with the institutionalization of the employment of the grade R practitioners to form part of the educator staff in terms of the Employment of Educators Act. And of course, the need to empower the HOD so that he or she is able to unlock the stalemate potentially that may arise through admission policies and language policies. Lest you allow open-ended, we may indirectly find ourselves in the reverse of discrimination again in South Africa, for which we cannot afford. Of course, the powers of SGBs, we have expressed ourselves in our written submission that whilst there may be a need to review, such should not derail the cooperative essence of the bill, for which National Association of SGBs support. Thank you very much.
Coming this side and this side. I'm going to take 10 hands each side. 4 o'clock we are supposed to be closing, but we are going to allow this last round of 10-10. so that we close. Mancel isandla Nkosintata. Yourself wena tata ndicela uhlale esitulweni apha erowini. Sir, yes. Sir, yes. You need to stop me when I'm at 10. Eh? Meneer. Yourself. There is a lady with black hair, red top. Right at the back. Yes. There is a child. There is a child in the middle with specs, striped shirt. Ma'am, black. Ma'am, this side, black jacket. Ma'am, yourself with yellow. We are closed. Are we closed this side? One more. But what a 10, 5, 10, 10. It's 10. We must wait till we are in government next year, you people. Chief? Ufike njani phambili? Wena? Mamela, ufike njani phambili? Because okay, Puti, ndiyacela ne ndiyanicela khanifake no chief boyithu uqala phambili. And then Puti uzawulandela emva kwabo. Mbiza ngene. Meneer? Yourself, black jacket. This child, yes. But I did know tumors with a white. Yes, the guy with the white score. I noted him at the back. Bantwana. Well, become. There is a, you ma'am, you, is it ma'am or say? Yes, you, yes. Now at that I'm a put. Yes. I mean, and they said, yeah. It's wrong what I will be doing, this thing of the DA. It's wrong what I will be doing. Right at the back, the paper. I'll take one, you this side, go. And I'm taking you this side, 1, 2. Okay, now it's closed. If you still want to say something, please take a form. We are closing after this round. Singaqhubekeka dad.
Botani nonke. Okokuqala masibulele iParliament izekuthi. Siyayibulela kakhulu lonto. Kodwa kuncinci endiza kuthetha ukuthi singabantu abaphila kweli lizwe. Sijonge isizwe sethu. Siyafuna iParliament xa ifika isinike ithuba sezingozi ngemicimbi ekumila kunjena. Khe sihlale phansi. Sibonile nakwabanye abantu bebekhe bahlala phansi. Sifuna ke uyinike ingqaleko ukuthi iParliament yethu esiyithandayo mayithi xa isiza kwenza isinike ithuba sihlale sithethe noluntu lwakokwethu. Sicela ezinye intlanga ezi sizibonayo. Noko ingasiqubuli xa iza kuthi noko isinike ithuba nathi ke siphefumle. Umthetho lona siyawamkela. Unobangela sithi siyawamkela. Sifuna umntana ontsundu aye esikolweni ngokukhulekileyo nakwezinye intlanga. Besicinezelwa izolo. Masingacinezelwa ngoku abantwana bethu. Sicela imfundo ifanane. Lo uva mnandi kwalacala ingaphaya nakweli cala ave mnandi. Sikhululekile ngoku. Siyayazi ke torho bebekhona abava kamnandi thina sisiva kabuhlungu. Sithi ke sizingosi ke ngoku ezijongene nesisizwe. Sinqwenela into yokokuba sivane. Inguqulelo masiyamkele xa sisonke. Siyayazi ke singamakhosi siyayazi inguqulelo ayikho mnandi. Kodwa ke uQamata kaTayi uMvelinqangi uyenzile into yokokuba sihlale kweli lizwe. Ufuna sihlale kweli lizwe wayelenzile ngokuthula. Sithobelane, sihloniphane. Nxe kwabo bebesicinezela izolo. Endiyasichukumisa ke lento kuba lokhu thina sinemivubeko. Ngaske bayiqonde into yokokuba imivubeko yethu xa besenza izinto mabenze izinto ezawuthi zibonakalise into yoba basenza silibale ngento ibiqhubeka izolo. Eli lizwe sibawulwa siphathisane kweli lizwe. Uphathisana kwethu nangemfundo yabantwana bethu. Abantwana bethu bangafani nathi ngoba thina sifunde kabuhlungu. Yiyo ke loo nto sisithi lo mthetho siyawamkela thina abantu bebecinezela. Kaloku thina sive intlungu izolo. Wena ke khange uve intlungu izolo busiva kamnandi. Khawusinike ithuba kaloku ngoku. Silingane entwezi. Thina asuzuqonda babe kutheni izolo. Kuba kaloku thina mzontsundu thina abantu balapha eAfrika singabantu boxolo. Sekunje liqolo lwethu. Singabantu bobele, singabantu boxolo. Nangoku koloxolo sisalisebenzisa sithi wena mntu busiva kamnandi khawusinike ithuba sive kamnandi xa sisonke. Nantsi enye into ndiza kwehla. Siyacela abantwana bethu ezikolweni. Abantwana bethu ezikolweni. Noko. Sicela abantu abathengisa utywala babe kude nezikolo zethu. Abantwana bethu. Utywala makubungasondeli ecankwezikolo. Kuba kaloku phaa kwezazikolo sifuna ukhupha iinkokheli zangomso. Siyamcela urhulumente wethu osithandayo. Abantu abathengisa utywala mabangasondeli ezikolweni. Ngoba kaloku abantwana sinqwenela babe zinkokheli zangomso ezichubekileyo engqondweni. Utywala ke kuyidrag. Asinqweneli ke uba nabantwana abazathi sibabone ngomso bengamakhoboka we-drugs. Siyacela kwakhona urhulumente ukhuseleko ezikolweni. Ukhuseleko ezikolweni malibe ngathi liyaqina. Utishara xa etitsha esikolweni makatitshe engoyiki into. Urhulumente amkhusele. Ngoba ekugqibeleni sifuna kuphuma ezikolweni abantwana abachubekileyo. Ndizawuhlala phantsi. Xa nihamba indlela enye kufuneka nivane. Kufuneka sonke isizwe sivane. Nawe mntu ubuphila kamandi ngala xesha izinto bezokumandela. Siyanicela sikhululekile kweli lizwe. Siyayazi inguqulo ko ayimnandanga. Kodwa sithi masihlale kweli lizwe ngokululamelana nokuhloniphana. Nongajongani ngebala. Nongajongani ngebala. Sihloniphane kweli lizwe. Sihloniphe wonke umuntu. Singama-Afrika ke thina ke bantu banenwele eziqathalala abafana nami. Singabantu bobubele. Singabantu bowuthobela inhlanga zonke. Siyacela ke kwabo bona banomahluko nami. Nathi noko basithobele. Imbali iyangqinela sibathobele izolo. Nabo mabasithobele. Ngalo mazwi masivane kweli lizwe. Masithobelane kweli lizwe. Masihloniphane kweli lizwe. Yona urhulumente ngowethu xa sisonke. Libala ngento babuphila kamnandi izolo. Ndiyabulela kamandi Nkosi.
No English. It's okay. Are you next?
No. Okay, the previous speaker first expressed his gratitude for Parliament to come, that Parliament came to the people. Then he also expressed that they would love Parliament in future to first come and sit with them as the leaders and give them ample opportunity to consult with the people before they come. They would not like it to be at short notice again, as it is this time around. He also expressed that they do support the bill and that as Black people, we come from oppression in the past and we would like to have equal education opportunities now that we are free. And we are aware that not everybody appreciates this. And he also appealed to everyone that we all accept the transformation, though we know that it's not easy for everybody to accept it. He also said that God wants us to respect each other. And he also made an apology to the former oppressors, and he also appealed to them to accept the change. He said that he would want to see things being different for our children and the future of our children. And he also appealed to everyone to give the government a chance to redress the imbalances of the past. And he also said that we as African people are kind and respectful people. And we would also appeal to the government not to allow liquor to come anywhere near our schools, because we would like to produce future leaders from our schools and not drug and alcohol abusers. And he also asked for more security at the school premises, especially for the teachers. And he also, his last remarks were that when we travel on the same route, we must be able to be in agreement. And therefore he appealed to those who were previously advantaged to please allow everybody to coexist in respect and not in discrimination. And he also emphasized again that we as the African people are respectful and we just ask for the same treatment for everybody. And he also ended by saying that this is our government, we need to embrace it.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to greet Chairperson and your whole committee. I want to greet all my fellow traditional leaders as well as the Khoisan leadership on my left. I'm Senior Khoisan Leader Edmund Wayne Steerman, the 8th generation war of dispossession survivor. Welcome to the home of legends, the Eastern Cape. My message to Parliament. Parliament, there's two things that I believe in. You don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. The second thing is, don't let us as a community stand in the way of progress. The third thing that I want to address Parliament on is like, Parliament, please don't box us in. You came here with a public participation process with only a limited amount of options left on the table. My request, and I'm not here to stay long, is to ask, please acknowledge every person and let us become a colorless society. Let us not keep on with the issue of the zebra, people fighting, the zebra is too much white and the zebra is too much black. Let us accept that we are a community of South Africans as a whole. The fourth thing that I want to mention to Parliament, why don't we call for a referendum? Because when it comes to children, it makes us as parents very emotional. And the Parliament has already failed us as a traditional and coherent leadership when the Act was reverted back to Parliament, Act 3 of 2019. And that is very concerning for us, that we allow Parliament to make decisions on behalf of communities. We cannot allow that 400 members make decisions for 60 million plus people in South Africa. People will do anything when it comes to their children, and I advise and caution Parliament, please, let us rather include everybody in this decision-making process, and we call rather for a referendum. Thank you very much.
Before we chat about Lizo Mbilana, is there someone with that name? Lizo Mbilana. If you are here, you are Lizo, you need to go outside. Your child got an accident outside. If there is someone by that name, Lizo Mbilana, you are needed outside. Please attend to your child.
Ndiyabulisa kotata abakhulu abaphakathi kwethu, ndihloniphe iParlamente egameni lika Yesu Kristu ngosithu. Amen. The first thing we must understand in the side kulicala le Parliament, you didn't fail us. We could not teach our children discipline. You didn't sell drugs to our children. We must not stand in a white stone here and point fingers unto you. It is our children that are bringing gangsterism in our schools, in our locations. So you can't be responsible for my house security. But when it comes here, I point fingers unto you while I failed to become a father. 2, we cannot teach sober or sikhulisa abantwana aba sober while we are a drunk citizen. If you can go now to our communities, majority of these parents here, they don't even understand what is going with the future of the child in school. Bill, ndiyamanayo kakhulu. SGBs are doing a professional job at their schools. I will just request a stipends, because if you are going to help the teachers for the register, it means I must be there at school every day. So in request is, please, can you spend his stipends? This is not a place to correct what you want to correct. This is the place to start something new. When Moses was commanding Pharaoh to let go of the Israel, it was not sweet. We will support you. We will be with you. And we will fix this thing together. We are not going to change to be what we are, because the time is ours now. You rather accept it or you go to the sea where you belong. We are not going to be taken by school learners, home learning. When are you going to mingle with other people? When you start doing a home learning, you are teaching a child not to understand the environment where he will work tomorrow. That is racism that you are building. Because all the people who want school learning is white people here. While our school are mixed with black and colored and everybody, and then tomorrow we'll follow these people and vote for them while they keep their children safe away from us. It is time to love one another. That's what Mandela says, not these politics that we're talking about. Mandela came with peace and love. If we can love and be willing to try, there's nothing perfect. You start something to become perfect.
Your time
So,
is up.
thank you,
Mfundisi.
Mama.
Mfundisi.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. Thank you for this.
Lizo Mbilana, please, if somebody has his number or knows him, please try to get hold of him. The child got an accident outside.
Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for the fact that homeschooling still is legal in South Africa. I reject the BELA bill. Although I represent the homeschool community, I am concerned about certain changes that you want to make that will affect all learners in South Africa. I think a lot of the clauses need a lot of clarity, and that is why I, at this time, reject them. For instance, clause 2 that states that grade R, that the kids need to start from grade 1 and no longer at grade R. I want to remind us all that we all spent 9 months in the womb. And when we come out there, we need to learn to run and dance and jump and climb trees and jump in puddles and play with clay. Grade R is too early for little kids to get to school. They've got the rest of their lives to learn how to read, write, and do arithmetic. Clause 2 also proposes to increase the penalty from 6 to 12 months for parents who fail to ensure that their children attend school. I need to ask, does this also apply to parents who, for whatever reason, don't have the means to send their children to school? One law for all? We know that there are a lot of kids on a daily basis that don't attend school. Why is this law being introduced to the, aiming at those then who are perceived not to be taking their kids to school and preferring to homeschool them? And if parents are doing time, who's going to look after the kids? The government? Moving on to clause 37. The amendment further stipulates that home-educated learners must be assessed annually by a competent assessor. I have to assume from this that the DBE has assessors lined up for all the different curriculum offerings that learners currently have access to. Do you have the manpower to administer this? Do you have enough assessors for each of the curriculums? How many homeschool parents were consulted before you drafted this clause? Or are you driving towards eventually forcing us into a single government-sanctioned curriculum, which is rumored to include the controversial comprehensive sexuality education being pushed globally by the UN, where kids this size are being exposed to sexual awareness they are not ready for, at least until adolescence? In closing, I refer to an article in an East London's Daily Dispatch this week, reporting the fact that there is a shortage of 2,000 teachers in the Eastern Cape. If you think about it, homeschooling can be part of the solution you are looking for. Stop legislating against us. Take this bill back to the drawing board and include us. Help us to help you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, good afternoon, leadership, traditional leadership to my left and to my right. My name is Lloyd Cunningham. I've been preceded by our regional leadership. I am from the South African Democratic Teachers Union, and I'm also a deputy principal of a local school. I stand here to support the bill, and our union will obviously, as they have said, also submit the clauses that we have a problem with. As I was sitting here, I made a few observations, and I'm standing here also in my private capacity as a student of the 80s, in remembrance of Ashley Creel, who was killed by the demonic apartheid state, Anton Franz, Colin Williams, to name but a few of my students that fought against Christelijk Nationale Onderwijs, which had a hidden curriculum that established white supremacy that we are still experiencing, the after effects of which we are still experiencing today. And you can only look at the rejection and the acceptance of this bill. It in itself has a particular flavor, and therefore this hearing in itself speaks volumes, speaks for itself. In the past, and I'm so glad that we can have this kind of format and this kind of debate organized in a hall, and not to have students run to the streets to fight for something that was then for us denied. I thought back when I listened to the children here, I thought when I was 8 years old, my parents was forcefully removed from the luscious Salisbury Park and thrown here in West End and Arcadia and those areas where we had to first dig through the clay to plant trees and things like that. And also when we had to go to university in Cape Town for parents earning a meager salary, there was nothing that was forthcoming on our side. We had to fight the state of Magnus Malan, Adrian Vlok, and the police state that we were in under that in those times, those days. Fortunately, through the democratic breakthrough in 1994, we came, but unfortunately, I must say, we are still in a revolution. We are far from what we wanted and what we fought for as students in the 80s. And I stand here today representing those students that have gone before us. And I want to say, yes, there's a lot of work still to be done on this bill.
Your time
but
is
in
up.
essence, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, the other people sitting here from Parliament, thank you that you are here. I'm so thankful that I'm a principal of a special school, PC van Rooyen, Westview School in PE, the only one in PE. And that is not caused by the people sitting here or by governing body associations. We're the only school catering for mildly intellectually disabled learners. And I can stand here in an honesty tell you that my school learners, the percentage of color is 50%, 30%, 20%, and the 20% is white. So don't call me a racist. Don't send me to the sea. Luckily, I'm a deep sea diver with a kayak. And you are allowed to chew also. So I'm fighting for a child. And that's why I don't know if I must partially accept the bill or I must partially reject the bill. I think it's the same. So can I take you back 20 years? I'm not going to use the 2 COVID years. 20 years back, White Paper 6, the Bible of Education, came out. It was supposed to be implemented in 2021. I'm still waiting for it because I'm in specialized education. Where is the vulnerable people? The learners with special needs education in this bill. Right? This bill doesn't make provision for them. And I'm not going to talk a lot about the bill. There's stuff like corporal punishment. You say contain the child. In specialized education, you must contain the child now and again. So please look at that. Not corporal punishment, but stuff happens in special schools where you must contain the child for the better of the child. Don't punish the teacher if he does that. People that unlawfully, intentionally interrupts the school program. That's minors, that's our children. Will they be thrown into jail? I can't do that. Then again, the HODs, looking at the national policy of admission. We are asking in special schools, what is the policy of admission nationally? I'm a mid-school. Persig is a mid-school. Buysville is the mid-school. It's only three in the province. There's 22 in the Western Cape. Our policies aren't the same. Now we must write the same exam. How is it possible if we don't have an admission policy from national? We don't have a single handbook. And now you want to tell me it must be centralized. There isn't a handbook for the special MID learners in this country. Please, a lot of parents sitting here at the back have children with specialized educational needs, and that's, I'm going to conclude.
Your time is up. Are you partly or supporting or what? What are you doing exactly?
Partly supporting.
Okay.
Madam Chairperson, members of Parliament, the traditional leaders, and everyone else that is here present, revolutionary greetings to you all. I am Amyoli Gqeberha. I'm a member of the Congress of South African Students. I'm a member of the ANC's Youth League and the executive chairperson of the RCL at KwaZulu-Natal Comprehensive School. I am a concerned citizen of this country, which would love to see change transpire in this republic. And the BELA bill brings change. I am in full support of this bill, but with exemptions of clauses 8 and 10. Madam Chairperson, according to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, there is no individual that is below the age of 18 whom is legalized to consume alcohol. And the majority of learners in schools are below this age. Now, how can alcohol be sold in such premises? My peers in schools are deeply drowned in drugs, and this clause will do nothing but make matters worse. And as of clause 10, if you look at the olden days where corporal punishment was still legalized, violence at schools and teacher attacks were not so high. And I request that Parliament and the Department of Basic Education bring about an alternative form of punishment that will be inflicted on learners with a plan on how to decrease such attacks on our beloved teachers and violence at our schools. I thank you.
Honourable Chair, community members, and fellow South Africans. My name is Charlene Rademeyer. Believe it or not, I'm a principal of an independent school from grade RR up to grade 12. I reject the BELA bill. While we understand the need for administrative structures in education, the BELA bill places undue emphasis on administration that at the expense of other pressing concerns, such as curriculum, safety, infrastructure, and recognition of the SGB's efforts. Currently, our Department of Education do not even have electricity to operate effectively. As such, I must express my rejection of the BELA bill, particularly Clause 8, 27, 37, and 41. Clause 8, which poses a risk of transforming schools into liquor trading hubs, is unacceptable, and Clause 27 threatens the existence of small rural schools. I'm a small school. I can't imagine closing rural schools, the bedrock of many communities. Our right to freedom of speech and information education extends to educating the public about the implications of such bills. Our collective efforts have shed light on hidden agendas and dangers of these clauses, with clauses 41 potentially enabling an abortion policy, A matter of significant concern when we see the following reports in the media. News 24 reported, and please listen carefully, on a case in Northern Cape in which one teacher allegedly impregnated many pupils, about 30 pupils, sorry. And if this doesn't touch you, then I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm a bit nervous because when I read this, my heart breaks. About 30 pupils had been impregnated, with 3 of them believed to have been impregnated by a teacher under investigation. These horrors are occurring in our own Eastern Cape this very moment. And now we bring in abortions. So who gets protected? Not the child. Now imagine you are the parent at your child's side, and you cannot be told why your child is sick. We need laws that prevent these horrific incidents, not another abortion bill for the schools. We propose the reimagined BELA bill to focus on the needs of our children and communities. We should strive for fair admissions, language policies, laws supporting small rural schools, the SGB member stipend, and immediate implementation of national senior certificates for adults. A child-centric bill will not just put children first, but also ensure our teachers are valued and they are safe while teaching and educating our future leaders, and our officials serve rather than being frustrated. And just as a parent, if the Department of Education is going to be in charge of my child's education, it's very concerning that one child said something incredible.
Your time is up, ma'am.
Ncedi Mayaba is the name. I greet everybody here. Given my various objections with certain clauses, I reject the BELA bill. Within education, when an educator is convinced that you can do better, it becomes a norm for them to reject a task at hand. Rejecting the task in its current state is often done with the belief that you can bring back the best of evidence to the very task that they know you are capable of delivering. At most times, this rejection is aimed at negating all undesired impacts. Today is such a historic day of significance for Parliament to provide us with an opportunity to deliberate on education aspects that are affecting our future leaders. I'm reminded how then, during this very month, the youth of 1976, they outnumbered, outpowered, came out to voice their rejections for an education system that was clearly done for them without them. Yes, rightfully so, we agree that transforming education and policy made in 96 is very long overdue, given that our education system is still far from the ideal. Hence today, in good conscience, I strongly reject the BELA bill in its current state. Faced by a troubled education sector, painstakingly, I concerned by my children that they would not fall into cracks, I opted for the individualized education route. That is popularly known as homeschooling. May I point out that this is a sacrificial route that is often taken by most women. Doing so, I avoided asking myself what government can do or what can I not do, what the government doesn't do, but rather, what is it that I can do for government? Does being a homeschooling mom make me rich? Definitely not. Do I have to face imprisonment for making that choice? Definitely not. Does homeschooling make me ignorant about the plight faced by women in the private and public education sector? No. Clause 37 and 2 of the BELA bill speak to the plight of women. Hence, I strongly urge government to ensure working committees and task teams are in place for grade R teachers and homeschoolers during the drafting of the BELA bill. Remember, there are issues of process mapping, what are the requirements and everything. Nothing for this sector without their involvement. Nothing for both these sectors. Rejecting this bill in its current state comes from a place that recognizes that various clauses remain open to various interpretations. I thank you.
Right, that's about it. Honourable Chair and committee members, I reject the BELA bill. My name is Peter Marks. I reject the BELA bill, especially Clause 27, Section 33(4) and Clause 37. I'm worried about the fact the government may have power to close small schools without giving any reasons, possibly more than 1,000. 150,000 children in the Eastern Cape alone could be affected. I'm worried about those children and their families too, because going to school will become a much bigger problem for them, and possibly they won't even be able to go to school at all. The cost and distance may be too much for them and their families. That could affect their whole lives. I'm also concerned about Clause 37 about home education. I'd like to ask if you could maybe do a big survey of home educators to ask how they would like to educate their children, because I'm a bit worried that the clause doesn't really understand home education enough yet. I'm concerned that as small schools get closed and it is harder for home educators, it will be harder to educate children. Thank you very much for letting children speak to you today.
Ndizibulisele kumntu wonke okhoyo apha ngaphakathi. Ndizibulisele kwiParliament nekomiti yayo. Igama ndinguAthini wakwaJohn. Ndiphuma kumhlaba waseTinarha kwi-organization enguSanko. Ndithi mandithathe elithuba ndizosapota iBill. Ngoba kaloku iza kuzisa utshintsho, ithemba kunye nekamva eliqaqambileyo for abantwana base-South Africa abangathathi ntweni. Okwesibini ndithi mandibe clear, ndicacise ukuthi ndingumama wabantwana ababini andaye ndabafumana over the age of 25 ngokuncediswa i-curriculum yalapha eMzantsi Afrika endayifunda e-high school ekuthiwa yiSolomon Mahlangu eyandifundisa ngezocansi. Kulapho umntana oyintombazana athi afundiswe khona indlela yokuziphatha. So siyakwazi ukuthi namhlanje sincedisiwe i-curriculum yaseMzantsi Afrika ukuthi sizifunde indlela yokuziphatha. So that's why siye sabana abantwana sesiphumile nase-tertiary ngoba kaloku isincedisile thina. Ndiphinde ndithi singabantwana bebefunda kwizikolo zaselokishini saye sayinyamezela i-curriculum yaseMzantsi Afrika isinika ne-languages esasingazithandi ekuthiwa yi-Afrikaans. Ngoba ke kuba umthetho wase-South Africa funeke siwumamele kwaye siwobeyile saye sanyamezela safunda. Kodwa loo nto leyo azange ithi imfundo enikezelwa ngurhulumente ayiphuhlanga. Ngoba kaloku thina abantwana bebefunda kwi-public schools ngoku siyakwazi ukudibeyitha nabantwana abakwi-international level. Sithi siyi-youth yalapha eMzantsi Afrika ye-environmental organizations sikwazi udibeyitha nabantwana abafunda kwizikolo zaphesheya. Ayithi loo nto imfundo yaseMzantsi Afrika ayikho semgangathweni. Enkosi.
Athini John, I am greeting everybody present as well as all parliament members that are present. I am from UNIC, I am from the organization Sanko. I support the bill. We have seen progress in South Africa, although we were suffering. I am a mother of 2 children. I am 25 years of age. I am a product from Solomon Mahlangu High School in Udine. I know how girls should be treated there. I look after my children. Education should be obeyed in South Africa in the curriculums that we are having. I never objected to anything. I accepted whatever I was given. I accepted the education I received from public schools. I also had occasions to participate in debating occasions. I thank you.
Honourable Chair and committee members, I'm Anne van Zyl and I reject the BELA bill in its current state, especially clause 37 regarding home education. Mr. James Gqeberha repeatedly says at the public hearings that we home educators only have to inform the DBE of our intent to homeschool, but the bill says we need to apply, register and request permission. Different words, different definitions. Which one is it? We need clear and precise language in definitions. To date, the DBE has presented no research results on home education or the full impact of the bill on our economy. According to the own consultant, an understanding of home education can only be achieved after an independent study has been done, and I quote, "Until reliable information is available, the development of a new home education policy and amendments to home education law should be approached with due circumspect." The DBE states publicly in its performance plan that it has strategic intention to, and I quote, "advance more evidence-driven planning, instruction and delivery." But where is this evidence? Furthermore, the SAYA done on the bill does not state the financial impacts that the bill will have on home educators or the state. And if one compares the purpose statement of the bill with the SAYA, with the actual bill, one finds that the bill does not meet its stated purpose. Home education organizations requested meetings with the task team writing the bill. The request was originally granted but never delivered upon. A single meeting on the bill took place between the minister and one solitary stakeholder, even though the community is diverse with many different stakeholders. My questions are, why is there no research-based evidence from the DBE? Why no proper SAYA regarding home education? Why so few consultations with home education role players? Is it perhaps in a 2017 meeting of the CEM, it was stated that the implication of scrapping the home education should be explored? But because it is not so easy to ban home education, it was said that discouraging home education should be created by making parents pay for expenses in this regard. So I ask that the task teams go back to their drawing boards regarding clause 37. Do the evidence-based research on home education, do a proper research-based SAYA, and do more consultations with all home education role players. Thank you.
Honourable Chair, honourable members. My name is Milan Foster. I'm a home educating father, a husband, a business owner and a taxpayer. I reject the BELA bill, especially the clauses wanting to control home education and taking decision-making power away from parents and giving it to the state. This is education capture and family capture. The BELA bill purports to be so concerned about a child being denied access to education, but then proceeds to deny a child access to his parents. It does this by threatening to throw parents in jail, by giving the head of the department full power to cancel home education at its sole discretion, and by insisting on handling life-changing events like learner pregnancies without parental involvement. I ask you, what could be the motive of people who remove vulnerable children from the love, care and protection of their parents? On Friday, we celebrate Youth Day. We celebrate that people fought for freedom, stood up against the oppression of a government that seized control of their lives, regulated their education, and determined language policy. Yet, here we are, faced with a BELA bill that seeks to let the current government seize control of our lives, regulate our education, and determine language policy. Why are we going back to the oppression of the past with this bill? In the BELA bill, just like in socialism and in communism, there are two groups of people. One group who appropriates all the freedoms to the other group upon whom all the equalities are forced. What does freedom mean? Does it mean that we want to struggle, therefore it is now our turn to control other people? What does equality mean? Does it mean that people who enjoy good things need to be dragged down and the good things destroyed, as long as somewhere someone else does not have access to all of those good things? This destroys hope for all people, especially the disadvantaged. As long as we believe that the solution to inequality is to drag someone else down, then we will never get to pulling someone up. There is no transformation in dragging people down. We, the parents of South Africa, are not going back to an apartheid-style regime where we require a government pass to exercise our fundamental human rights. We are not asking government permission to educate our own children because it's not the government's permission to give. God gave children to parents. We refuse to let our children be taken from our care and our protection. We refuse to hand over decision-making power in the family to the government. We will not have our homes invaded by officials doing site inspections. We will not surrender our constitutional rights to privacy and to personal freedom. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon to the House at large, to yourself, Chair, and the panelists. Chair, upon analysis of this bill that you've put before us, there are three main problems that I've identified. My name is Kananelo Mputi. I'm a Nelson Mandela University SRC member, Democratic Alliance Students Organization member, Democratic Alliance member, Democratic Alliance Youth member. So, back to the problems we've identified, Chair, with the bill that you've put before us. Number one, the power that has been given to the HOD, Chair, is a problem, given that it is very easy, Chair, to capture one HOD as opposed to a body of 10 SGB members. So that in of itself is counterintuitive to what you're trying to achieve with the bill. Number two, centralization. Chair, we don't understand upon which basis you would like to centralize education, the Department of Basic Education in South Africa, given that centralization in South Africa is often proved to be regressive. We have seen when the Department of Transport tried to centralize railway, we tried to centralize education, ESCOM is failing. We tried to centralize policing, SEPS is failing. We're trying to, even in your co-department of Department of Health, Department of Higher Education and Training, NSFAS is failing because, mainly because it's centralized to one place, Chair. I do not understand, with centralization having failed so much and not having a precedence in South Africa, why you would still insist on putting this bill before us. But again, let's move on. The third biggest problem that I identified is the problem of language. Chair, do not try to create an umbrella solution to local problems. Allow for communities in which these schools exist to determine their own language policy. This is through this, Chair, we are allowing for African languages to be preserved. If I am to go to an Afrikaans high school, I am being taught in Afrikaans, preserves and establishes tradition for the Afrikaans language. Why can we not allow that for local communities to determine their own language policy through the body like SGB, Chair? That this empowers the community in of itself and the school, by the way, Chair, because these schools form, these schools are a beacon of hope, a beacon of a future for this community, Chair. However, Chair, those were the problems. Now we move on to the solutions. Chair, the main thing you should be focusing on is the safety and security of these schools. And through, you can do this, one of the ways you can do this is through interdepartmental cooperation. We feel that it's SEP's responsibility to come in, Department of Health to come in, Department of Basic Education to step up its game. Chair, the second thing is you need to ensure sustainable and quality daily supply of food for feeding schemes in these schools, Chair. If you want to centralize, start there. Let's see the capability of this centralization that you want. Number three, you need to train in
Your time is up.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair and members of the committee. My name is Gracie and I'm 14 years old.
My name is Likue and I'm 12 years old.
And we strongly reject the bill. Homeschooling is something I strongly support because it is available to anyone and benefits everyone. Homeschooling allows children to work at their own pace, so children who struggle with certain things can learn them without other pressures, and others who learn fast can work up to their potential without being bored. I started homeschooling when I was in grade R. I taught myself to read and write, and my mom read a lot to me, and we played educational games. Learning is what education is all about, and if children are pressured to be constantly assessed, they will not be able to learn in a way that is in their best interests. It is my parents' right to choose how I will learn.
Homeschooling should be for everyone, and everyone should be able to afford it. I was homeschooled for a long time. And when I went to school, I only stayed there for 2 years, and I think I can agree that school kind of messed me up. I think that my parents should have the right to choose what I learn, and that parents should have the right to educate their kids and not the government. Because my parents have always been there for me, and my parents know everything about me better than the government. Thank you.
Please revise clause 37 from the bill, and thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. My name is Oluncedo Kunju and I'm 11 years old. I deeply reject the bill. Homeschooling is a great thing because a parent can choose wisely on what the child should learn, because there are certain things of this world that people who are still young should not learn. And some people could have a certain learning difficulty. So you could end up needing to homeschool them. And people all have a different pace that homeschooling allows them to work at. As long as a child learns at school or at home, this bill isn't a great idea. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Protocol observed. I think the reason it's stated in the pamphlet, the reason why there is this BELA bill or that we're talking about it is because of the court cases. And I am afraid I've heard some SATU members saying we don't understand. We must read legislation and we must read cases. The Department of Basic Education has lost massively in court. Because in court, we are not going to be speaking this whole language. I have a better understanding because I was a law lecturer, so I'm playing with the law as well. So I'm afraid because we're going to lose cases if we just make decisions. Let me make an example in the micro-primary school governing body case. It's a language policy case. Even the SCA confirmed the court decision or judgment. The moment we take any bill and we politicize it, we are not going to win. If the remedy that I have, for instance, let us talk of, if we want to talk about transformation, let us make sure that in those schools, model schools, where our children are attending or are going to, parents must be involved. You either say you are going to have a proportional representativity in the SGB. One way or another, there must be black parents, colored parents, and white parents. Then you are going to manage governance. The moment we are not going to be able to remove the word or the proviso that says governance of schools rests in the SGB, you're gone. You're going to lose the case. You're going to lose cases in court. I know we have a case right now. I'm a school principal. We are going to win that case, but I'm not going to discuss the case now, because we punch holes as advocates or as attorneys to those little things. Let me go to the drug clause number before my time is over. We're stuck now. We're stuck now on grade R issues. You want to centralize everything. My school has over 193 learners in grade R, one person, one educator. We've been saying this thing. Now, where's the HOD? 193. We're employing local people, giving them 1,000 rand. That is an abuse. You've got food in the mouth, but you want other food. Let's go to the issue of drugs. Let's read section 8, subsection 14A and E, where it says of SASSA, no criminal, you cannot bring criminal proceedings against a learner who has been searched. Now, we want to bring alcohol to schools. No criminal proceedings can be brought against a learner who has been searched of drugs. It's just that I cannot invite you to come to my school. I'll show you the drugs there. They are in my desk. I am not sure when we're talking about, honorable members, removing some functions of the SGB. The moment we have that saying that says governance is vested in the SGB, we're going to lose cases. Which functions are you going to remove from the SGBs? So the bill must be explicit. If there is this word, the best interest of the school, the moment you still have that in the SASSA, you're gone. You're going to lose cases, as we are losing cases. Look at the MLO case. Look at the Point Line case. All these provincial departments are losing cases like anything. Thank you.
Your time is up, Advocate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and the Honorable Members of Parliament, the leadership from all walks of life present here this afternoon. I greet you. I'm rising as Simpiwe Lucas, the representative of South African Principals Association, a professional body in the education sector. We rise to support the bill in totality. The bill is coming as an answer on most of pertinent issues that exist as SASSA in its current form. Again, we are saying we welcome the regulations of many clauses for clarity and also to end uncertainties. Secondly, we welcome the bill as a progressive transformation agenda that will bring paradigm shift in education system or in our schooling system. We also welcome the bill as a continuous review of school governance in response to social or societal imperatives, because we believe at the end of the day, we'll have to always revisit our positions on any matter that really seeks to bring about a positive change, within our own existence. As principals, therefore, in SAPA, we are fully in support of the bill as it stands. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and honorable members of the committee. My name is Tendai Chitsike. I am a parent of a homeschooler, and as you can see, I'm black. I reject the bill. If the bill were enacted into law, the head of department would now be given the power to approve as well as cancel a newly required application for all children with regards to home education, subsection 1 and 12 of clause 37. In accruing such powers, the state would effectively perform the confiscation of a key function of parents, the freedom and responsibility to choose the manner in which their children should be educated. This bill would constitute so great a violation of this parental function that it would breach Article 26.3 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of the United Nations, which states, and I quote, "Parents have a prior right to choose the kind of education that shall be given to their children." In addition, the bill also makes assumptions that are completely unreasonable, as it assumes that the head of department is a better arbiter than parents as to what is in the best interests of the child. And secondly, that such HOD or representative is better suited than the parents in assessing the suitability of home education over their very own child. Parents, more than anyone, have the greatest motivation to do all they can to ensure that their children succeed in life. Moreover, parents, more than anyone, by their constant presence, have an insight into their child's aptitude, especially when compared to a single annual assessment made by a person completely unknown to the child. Lastly, parents have the predominant responsibility, as upheld in our law, to ensure that the needs of the child are taken care of. Such a responsibility is a key consideration when our law considers what is in the best interests of the child. The only justifiable and consistent way of supporting this responsibility must surely be when the parents retain their role as the primary decision makers on the choice of their child's education. The effective transfer of this parental function to the state cannot possibly therefore act in the child's best interests. This clause 37, built on the foundation of a gross violation of human rights in the United Nations Declaration and two unreasonable assumptions, should therefore be rejected outright, and with it the bill. I thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Honorable members and citizens of South Africa. My name is Lance Grootboom. I'm the provincial leader of the ACDP in the Eastern Cape. I'm also a councillor here in Nelson Mandela Bay. Now, Chair, the ACDP rejects this bill in its entirety, but because of time, I'm going to only deal with two clauses in the bill, which is 37 and 41. Now, Chair, very quick, we have to congratulate the young learners that read their speeches this afternoon. It is a clear indication that homeschooling is working. We have 81% of our children unable to read with meaning from grade 4 and upwards. That is the stats. But today you've heard here that children in grade 4 can read to you with meaning, telling us that a system is currently working, and that system is a homeschooling system that the government wants to control, and that is unacceptable. Now, I'm a lawyer by profession. In fact, I'm a human rights lawyer, and I've seen how some of the members came to this podium to insult our MP, Mari Sukas, here today. I need to put it before this House. The person who have interpreted or done a presentation earlier this morning, in line with what was said by our MP, Yusuf Kassim, from the Democratic Alliance, that person should be investigated, because that person has misled this House. Now, section 37 and 41, let me just get it correctly, 37 and 41, those two sections, even if they don't explicitly explain about SEA, the interpretation of it is wide. So in terms of the law, when you interpret that, you can interpret them in line with what government's policies is. Government is saying that it will regulate homeschooling, it will regulate them. It means that it will give them the curriculum. It will decide what that curriculum will be like. So it will take their freedom of choice away. So that was not explained by the person that did this presentation earlier, then the biggest problem is with that specific provision of pregnancy. What is going to happen with Section 37? 41 specifically, 37, is that it is a problem. It is going to, it is going to be a problem because what is going to happen, it's going to take us to the pregnancy policy of the Department of Education. It is going to lay the basis of what our children at homeschooling and in private schools will have to learn. And some of them believe in freedom of religion, freedom of belief, and some of the things that is in there is against their...
Mandizibulisele kusihlalo nomphathi wenkqubo yeParliament. Njengelungu leSANCO kulamhlaba weZolanqeni region. Ndithe mandiphakame ndingathi cwaka. Masibulele okokuqala iParliament ngozisa lenkqubo kuthi singabahlali. Sine task enkulu ke ez iSANCO. Xa kuvela inkqubo ezikumila kunje, kufuneka sizithathe ngezandla zombini, sizimilisele ekuhlaleni. Ingakumbi xa isiza kwinto edibene nemfundo yabantwana bethu. Ngokuphandle sihlalo nenkqubo le ipheleleyo yakwe-education. Sifuna ukuthi kuni ukusuka apha, wonke umuntu olapha, uba ungumzali, ungumhlali, unetask yothatha inxaxheba kwile nkqubo, ngoba iyasichaphazela. Andizuthethela into yoba siyayamkela okanye asiyamkeli. Kusafuneka soyiqukuhle, sihlukuhle, sihlalele phansi, sihlalutye, sizophuma nento esihlahla ethi sijongise ngalo mcimbi ubekwe kule ndawo. Enkosi sihlalo.
The previous speaker is a SANCO member from the Zolanqeni region, and she expressed her gratitude to Parliament for engaging with the people. And she also mentioned that they have a great task as SANCO to take this to the people, and all parents have also this great responsibility to consider this, to sit down and engage with it and try and come up with solutions. They said they cannot respond now, so they will not be saying whether they support it or not, because they still need to consider it further.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I am Sikonjana from Ward 28. Fortunately enough, my ward councillor is here, who comrade to Peter ngapha. I'm also a PC member of Congress of South African Students, Upper Eastern Cape Chairperson. I'm also heading a subcommittee there, which is education. As COSAS Eastern Cape, we support the bill, Chairperson. We support the bill because it brings a transformation to education. And it is so fortunate that we've been calling for this. Now, we want to say to the government, we thank you very much that you've listened to our call. Chairperson, some of us, abazoyamkela lento yale bill because bayoyika. And imnandi ke ba le sitting yenzeka namhlanje, Chairperson, it's happening during the Youth Month, and we are approaching the June 16. It was students of this country who were marching against the apartheid government with their education system. Now it is our government who's coming back with the proper education system. They are again trying for that education system The apartheid government, when a chairperson, failed to do this sitting today. So they can't come here and say they are not supporting the bill. We will say we are supporting the bill because it is bringing change to our education. Thank you very much.
I will just interpret some portions. Some will not accept what has happened so far. And this is the month of June. And we shall remember the month of June is the month where the students had marched. And some will be against government initiations. And we must consider also that we are coming from an era where the apartheid government had failed even to do these things, I think.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, and to the committee. My name is Elaine Walji. I'm a citizen, I'm a father, I'm a Christian, I'm a pastor, and I'm also the ACDP Provincial Executive Committee Deputy Chairperson. And I'm happy for the opportunity to share. We oppose the bill. Various clauses are not transformational, it's not progressive, it's regressive. Allowing alcohol at school, I can't see how that's transformational for our children. It's a regression. But I want to also focus on clause 37, speaking about the homeschooling. And as you can see, I am not white. Because some has made this a racial thing. This is not a racial thing. And we should not be drawn into a race debate. This is about homeschooling. Now, section 51, subsection 1 forces parents to register in order to do homeschooling in the first place. That takes away and violates my right as a parent to choose a quality education for my child. The DBE official who spoke here earlier, the director, he said that the bill does not mention the word caps. That man is insulting our intelligence. Because you read clause 37, section 51, subsection 2, 3. It literally says a curriculum chosen by the minister, which we know is caps. We cannot stand for such misleading statements by government officials. Now, if a DBE official can come to a house like this at a public participation sitting and mislead us and be dishonest, how can we trust them to decide over the future of my child's education? So that provision of subsection 52, subsection 51(2) is a problem because how will we compare or what criteria will they use to compare whether my homeschooling curriculum is comparable with CAPS? It's a problem. And what will be the impact if a parent's curriculum is rejected? It leaves the door open to force CAPS on homeschooling. DBE claims that homeschoolers will be able to use alternative curricula, but this is due to the pressure they are under from homeschoolers. Here are the facts. The bill requires the curriculum that a homeschooler follows to predominantly cover CAPS. What this means exactly is unclear, but all other DBE documentation on homeschooling points to the fact that they will impose the NCS or CAPS curriculum. However, even if the homeschoolers only have to follow 50% of the CAPS curriculum, they will be strictly assessed against the CAPS. Section 51, subsection 2, B3, BB. So the freedom to choose curriculum is nullified by how it will be assessed. So in order to pass the assessment, the learner will have to do CAPS, including CSE, Comprehensive Sexuality Education, that is included in CAPS. The DBE has recently obtained a legal opinion, and they don't tell us this at these hearings. The DBE has recently obtained a legal opinion that states that the use
Your time is up.
Ndiyazibulisela kumhlali ngaphambili. NdinguNomalanga Tom, Ward 54 eMotherwell. Ndizorepresenta iward yam, Ward 54, ndikwidesk education. Ibill ndiyayisapota. Ndinazo ke izinto njengomzali engingasoze ndithi ndiyazisapota, like iitishara ezilala nabantwana besikolo. Ugovernment befuneka ngaloo nto leyo azifake etrongweni, abambe iwages yomntu owenza olala nomntana esikolo. I-securities siyazinida ekuhlaleni, sibe around i-premises zesikolo 24/7. As a parent, kwi-drugs, sithi hayi, notywala esikolweni, asiyisapoti le uba kuthengisa utywala esikolweni, uba kufundraisela ntoni na, masenze ngohlobo besiqhela usokolela ngalo. Isikolo, ugovernment makathumele, sifuna, singabazali, sicela i-caretaker, aphume kwi-Department of Education, i-cleaner, iphume kwi-Department of Education, because izikolo zethu zimdaka, enkosi.
The previous speaker is from Ward 54 in Motherwell. She's from the education desk. She supports the bill. However, as a parent, there are a few things that she doesn't support. One of them being teachers that sleep with pupils. And secondly, she advocates for more security in schools. They also disagree with the use of alcohol in school premises. And they also would like to see cleaners and caretakers being supplied by the Department of Education. Thank you.
Sure. Afternoon, Chair, and the House at large. My name is Nicholas Nyati. I'm a councillor in this beautiful seat of Nelson Mandela. I'm standing here to reject the bill with the contempt that it deserves. And I'm doing this because I care about the future of this country. Many people will think I was homeschooled, I was not. Difunde Emoli Blackburn, Apetinach. During my year in Molly Blackburn, we had 94% pass rate. That was not because we were smart. It was because we had an SGP that was given the power to direct how the school is going to function. What this bill seeks to do is to say a school that is functioning with a functional SGP, we are taking away that power as the Department of Education. What that is doing is more than just taking power away from the SGP. It is taking power from the same kids from disadvantaged families and communities that we claim to represent. And that is why I reject this bill. This bill goes on further to say the department must be given power to centralize procurement. What this means is that the department must go and procure textbooks. The same department that is failing to supply e-textbooks currently, the same department that is failing to support our kids currently. We are saying, you are failing so much, we are giving you more power. What type of a society are we? And the people who have stood here and supported this bill, I listened attentively. What this bill has done, or what this hearing has done, with the help of some of people who call themselves leaders, is to further divide a society that is divided. And that is what this hearing seeks to do, and what this bill seeks to do. It seeks to shift the blame from the failures of the government of the day. It seeks to shift the blame from the unions of the day and give it to the injustices of the past. I want to say, I've spoken to learners, I've spoken to teachers. Every teacher who is not part of a union rejects this bill. Every student who is not part of COSAS or whatever it's called rejects this bill. South Africans in general reject this bill because it is more than just you or your unions or your Congress or whatever it is. It is about us and the future of this country. I thank you.
Ndibulise kutshe nequmrhu lakhe nomntu wonke lapha ngaphakathi eholweni. Igama ngusisethu akamaseti. Maniqale ngokuthi we fully support this transformational bill. Ndizawuthi xa ndisitsho this bill is just. I-just njani is for wonke umntu. It does not discriminate white or black. It's for all of us. What I've seen up today, the whole day, is that we are divided. And this is turning into politics now. Because of, we're going next year to elections. And some of the people here are pushing their agendas, which is wrong. Because what we are here for the future of this country, not for Tina. This is not for us. Into yabantwana bethu le, into yengomso lethu, not for uphathi sizwe. Tibukela abantwana abancinci apha bezotyalwa ngabazali babo bamabazothetha into ezingekhoyo apha. Abazifunde emaphepheni. What are you teaching these children? That you are pushing to come here and talk about nonsense things. What are you teaching those children? Do you want us tomorrow to be rolled by those children? So please guys, let's be masibe sengqondweni xa sikwinto engolu hlobo. Kuba the things that we do kwinto enjena can affect i-country yonke, can affect ingomso lethu. Masibe sezingqondweni. Even abantu bathuma abantwana, mabazibuze into yokubana ngaba le nto babathumela yona abantwana ingabi right na. Sibadala sibalapha. We're not supposed to do this. Please. Ngosi Chair.
Sikhalela, salela, izwe, lethwe lathathwa, thathwa ngabahlobo. Mabawuyeke, mabawuyeke umhlaba we, mabawuyeke, mabawuyeke umhlaba wethu. Siyabulela kwinkosi zethu, siyabulela kuzosixhasa, our traditional leadership. Thank you very much for coming and be part of the session. The people of Nelson Mandela, thank you very much. Even those that are no longer here, thank you very much for a very successful public hearing. I repeat, it was not going to be successful if you did not come here. Siyabulela kakhulu. Amase. Siyabulela kakhulu ngenkxaso yenu siyiparlamente yomzantsi Afrika. Sizigqibile public hearings. We are done with them. This was the last province. We are going now to Parliament as the committee, to the reports of all provinces. We are going to go to clause by clause. There are 56 clauses. So the whole anger that is coming from both the supporters and the rejectors of the bill, we will actually deal with those things. We are going to sit as the committee and deal with clause by clause based on what the people are saying. And there will be inclusion of this whole. What did you say? Then what will happen after? We are going to take the report to Parliament for us as members. You've seen we were quiet. So it's going to be our opportunity then to reflect and speak on the bill. Unfortunately, the issues of Parliament, they are made to be political because we are coming from political parties. So, as much as it is sensitive, and I think you do it also reflect that there are politics that are being invited by us as citizens. Maybe the timing was wrong because we are going to elections. But the reality of the matter, we all have children and we are all affected, irrespective. You can choose to take your child to a private school. You can choose to take your child to homeschool for that matter, or you can choose to take your school to whatever. But What is important is this process, a consultation process, before anything can be amended or changed. And this process actually has guided us, even as members, because we would know what are the feelings of the people on each and every matter. And I don't think we will take decisions, not taking into consideration what you have raised. What you have raised, all of you, we will take into consideration. We will be sober. I promise we will be sober, irrespective of emotions, of course, that sometimes we can get into. But we've got a very matured team of members of this committee with serious differences, but of course, when we must be sober, we are going to be sober. So my word is that stay put. This is a process that we have done with the people. Now we are finishing it here with the people. We are going to finish it at the parliament level. Manphinde ndibulele ngazo zozibini ndithi ndiyabulela kakhulu. Ndiyabonga. There are people who've joined us since Limpopo. There are people who have come since Limpopo. They've been with us, being part of this bill. There are homeschoolers that have been with us since Limpopo. There are the SGP, the COSA SGP has been with us since Limpopo. There are people who are part of the sector, active in the sector, who've been with us. There is FETSAS who've been with us since Limpopo. We appreciate you, we appreciate your inputs. We appreciate everyone. And I want to say to the staff, our staff and from Parliament, and also our staff from DPE, they've been with us from day one, and we thank you very much for carrying the load of work. I don't think it's nice to sit in front of the computer for 5 hours concentrating, but you've pulled through, and you've pulled through with us, for us. We appreciate every little work that you have done. There and there, because we are people, we might have hurt one another by words or any kind. We do apologize if we have done something like that. It is human. There are no normal human being that would not hurt each other. So with those words, amadenga wethole. Yabulela mabai, yabulela uketch, yabulela ucamcholo. Siyabonga kakhulu. To all the staff of Parliament, can we ascend to the stage? Let's take a photo, man, please, for memories for some of us. Thank you very much.